Yo guys, how we doing? We're back with the Silent King. Zarek is here. We're going to do some OSL on this guy today. OSL stands for Object Source Lighting, and to the uninitiated here, what it means is one part of the miniature is going to have a light effect that we create on it that influences another part of the miniature. All of this is an optical illusion. Clearly, no part of this guy actually emits light. So we've got to fake that effect. It's a very cool thing. You see it a lot on competition miniatures. You see it a lot on commission miniatures. Usually done with an airbrush. It's very fast. Today we're just going to do it with one of these. Just a brush. I will be using the airbrush to do the larger areas on the back here. I'm going to do that absolutely last. We probably won't do that on the stream, so I need that to influence the gigantic cape that he wears. But for all of these bits, the eyes and these little bits on the sort of hip joints, there we're going to get some proper old school brushed on OSL. Thank you to everyone who's given me a host so far, and also to AJC72 getting his sub on 6 months, bro. Thank you very much. We've got Viking, Markomania. Hey man, no problem. Glad you enjoyed the advice. Conradson, Balchode, Merlin Miniatures, Drunk Mystic, Tilts, Gumbalina, Snake Pliskin, Daddy Tubbs, Toonie Sprues, the amazing Datsun Des, Melchete, and Muad'Dib. How you guys doing? Toonie Sprues, thank you for that host. I hope you've all had a good weekend. Yesterday, we did a little bit of work on Zarek and on Anrakir on stream. Optically stimulated luminescence, brilliant. That's a fantastic set, you know. Love it, dude. Love it. Right, so yeah, we did a little bit of work on Anrakir, and we talked a lot about how if you are applying a small amount of color to a surface to try and change the overall effect of the base colors you got down there, so put some filters on stuff, how that can work. And that way we've done some blue as a little tint over the armor, and this base coat gold that we've got here, you can now see the massive difference between these two golds. The overwhelming majority of this shoulder pad has not been highlighted. Yeah, and both of those golds were exactly the same color. You can still see there's a lot of that coming through, but there's a lot more richness, there's a lot more depth, a lot more vibrancy to this guy. This color scheme is killing me. What's wrong with this color scheme? You don't like it? Mate, I'm hurt. Okay, so let's talk about OSL, how to do it, and how to prepare yourself for that OSL. When an object creates a source of light, the brightest part of that light must be the light source. I know it sounds really obvious, but quite frequently you see people doing OSL and the bright point isn't necessarily the thing that's casting the light. Look at this guy right below us. That candle there, that's the brightest point. The end of that candle, super bright. Everything else was a lesser version of that. We have to do the same thing here. So first thing to do is to identify what your light sources are. My color scheme for my crons, still messing. Oh, I see. Nice. So the eyes are both going to be light sources. All of the vents on the front. We're not going to do the ones on the back. These will be completely hidden, from what I can work out, by the cape and also by the gigantic dais that this guy's on. Drunk Mystic, thank you for the host, dude. Banzos Arms, how you doing? And then obviously these, we've got these little power cell looking things right here that we're going to do. So we've identified that we have 8 light sources on a chest, 2 in the eyes for 10, and these 2 for 12. So 12 points of light at the brightest point of light. We're also going to do things like this when we get round to it. We're going to do all of this section first. This little dot in the middle will probably be purple instead of blue, and that'll help contrast well against the weapon, and that tiny bit of blackstone that's going in around here as well. So, same with this orb at the bottom, I reckon. Let's get to it. The color palette I've chosen is a progression from Signar Blue base from P3, through Lothern Blue from GW, which is a really nice icy blue, and Sickly Skin from P3. The reason I've chose these particular colours is because I want to give the feeling of a cold, aloof, completely dispassionate being. Zarek, the Silent King, has been there for millennia. He fought battles against star gods when mankind was still drawing on cave walls. 40,000 years later, he's still there. It doesn't matter what you are, because you are nothing in comparison to him. That's the feeling we want to give from this guy, and that's why we're going with very cold blue tones. It's also why we're going with Sickly Skin as our final highlight, and the blends that we'll do throughout this. This is a very nice way of blending blue up, because this contains a very, very, very small amount of blue pigment, and it is absolutely bang on. I can absolutely wait, mate. And I think you've misspelled his name, unless that was particularly... Advanced Lost Arms, I'm not going to say it's maybe fate that you have lost another highly prized Chaos person's arms. But, you know, username partially checks out, at least on this one. So first thing we're going to do is set up our palette. I'm going to make sure we've got a little dot of each of these things on there, ready to go. Mortarian's lost arms. That's so savage, but it is true. I did see your message in Discord. I've had a look, and I don't have either of the extra arms. I think I've either given them back to the client I did it for, or they end up going to somebody else. So, Rob, what up? Viking, how's it going? Were you late to my stream again, Viking? How dare you? Yeah, you're right. I know who you meant. Don't you worry. Tend to spend less time popping open new beers and more time at the painting desk. Main unit! What up, bro? Darkened up the other pads but redo the axe. Okay, nice, dude. Looking forward to seeing that in the whip later on then. So, palette is ready to go. Got plenty of fresh water on there. Got all of our colours on there. Let's get to it. First thing we need to do is get a coat of that darkest blue down, but only in the areas that our light is being cast. We could automatically start painting the glow from this if we wanted to, and just start banging this blue out all across the chest area, all around his face and so on, but that would be the wrong thing to do. The reason behind that is because now we're starting to apply paint to the miniature, we have the opportunity now, while the paint is still in these very easy to control areas, to change our mind. If this isn't quite right, now is the time to find out. Not when you've put a glaze of blue all over that chest plate and that lovely airbrush fade, because at that point you're starting the chest piece again, and you do not want to do that. Started him the day he came out and got distracted for a bit. Yes, for a bit. Yeah. Not sure on that one, buddy. Maybe just personal hygiene. So there we go. Get that all into there. Let's make sure we do these. So again, just sticking to the area that we want to have the illumination coming from. Mark Mania, you enjoy that lurk, man. And then for the eyes, just going to paint the eyeball itself, nothing around the edges. Just this bit of blue. Okay, we've got axis in from the sides. Just make sure we get all of those Eyeballs. Like so. Told him. Good stuff. Cheers, bro. Okay. So now I've got that blue down, we can make sure that we're happy with the overall hue from it. Is it going to clash? Is it going to be enough? I think the answer to that is yes. So now what we're going to do is start glazing with it. So when you're working from your wet palette, like I said, set your palette up. We've got our 3 colours there. We've got our water here, fresh for it. When you create a glaze, just take a little of that and move it to another spot on your palette before making it into a glaze. Now, glaze is essentially dirty paint water. It's something that's so thin that when you apply it to the model, you'll only really see that the model is wet. You won't see that there's another colour going down straight away. And that's kind of the consistency you want. Look at how it's behaving on the palette. When we move our brush, we're able to pick up pretty much all of that should we need to, right? So that's the first thing that's important to know about glazing, is the consistency of your paint must be very, very, very thin. The next thing you need to know about glazing is with a clean brush, just pick up enough paint to get it through the tip, okay? Don't put your paintbrush into here like that, because then suddenly you've picked up all of that paint. You've got absolutely no chance of accuracy with this, and also as soon as you touch this on the model, you're going to flood the area with paint. Don't want that at all. So always go in with a clean brush and just pick up a small amount of that paint. Then, when you get to the model, when you're applying a glaze, you want to brush from the direction of least impact on the model to the direction of most impact on the model. Now we want our glow to appear around each of these vents, right? So the least impact on the model would be the bit furthest away from that vent. So let's say, for instance, we start on this top one and we want to keep these in relatively tight. So you just start brushing that down towards this. Now the glow we want to have in a very uniform area around it. So we're just going to brush all the way around all of these, constantly bringing our brush towards all of those vents. And you see we're going with brush strokes from least impact to most impact every single time. If you need to move the mini around, change your angle, that's what you've got to do. And it's going to take several coats to start building up much of an effect on it. You can see there's a little bit of blue, but not a lot. And this is the entire point of a glaze. It has a very subtle effect to begin with, that as you put more and more on the miniature, will increase the opacity of that layer. And it will start to have much, much more of an effect. Now, the first thing that you'll notice with this is that it will change the highlights that we've put down on that black stone more than anything else. Can anyone give me a reason why that might be? It's a pretty straightforward reason, this one. For the legs, we're going to come out around here. Again, keep it uniform, so trying to go the same sort of distance all the way around. Light generally, unless you have something in the way like a lampshade or something similar, will have a uniform radius. Yeah? It's got the same amount of power at every single angle all over. Gumblina, the question was, on the chest certainly, why will our glaze have more of an impact on the highlights that we've put down for the black stone than on any other part of it? It's an obvious one. One of the best things about working with glazes, water evaporates really, really quickly. Certainly in comparison to paint medium and so on. It's a lighter shade, absolutely. Yeah. So the highlight is brighter than the darker color we've got around it. And so on the darker areas, you'll get the same amount of coverage, but because it's dark, we won't pick it up as easily with our eyes. Where we've got the highlights underneath all of these, that will start to pick up the blue a lot quicker, as far as we can tell, because it's got a bigger step change between the two. So yeah, water evaporates very quickly, which means you can normally just go straight on again with a second set of glazes very quickly after the first. If you find you're having to wait a long time for them to dry, then you're probably putting on too much paint. And at that point, you're going to end up with essentially a tide mark around the miniature. Almost like a coffee stain if you put a cup of coffee on a sheet of paper or something. You guys will know exactly the sort of thing that I'm talking about, I'm sure. If that happens, just make a lot less paint on your brush. Remember, you should be able to pick up the paint without changing the shape of your brush tip at all. Let's do the other side again. And glazing is one of those things that is really, really important to learn. When you're a miniature painter, there's loads of different effects that you want to do, whether it's something like this, or whether it's just changing the rough color of something, where you're adding in a shadow, trying to bring up a highlight, whatever it might be. CMAT1981, thank you for the follow. I could barely get 1 minute out of my brush before it loses its shape. Are you still buying Games Workshop brushes? Because that's not necessarily the exact reason, but they ain't good. Are you jabbing your brush into the Mini and using it a bit more like a weapon than anything else? Hellstorm Wargaming! 12 months, baby! 12 months. Bruh. How you doing, man? I watched your coffee time video before stream today. Normally, I don't get a chance to watch that until Monday morning, but we managed to watch it tonight. I was very impressed with your lofty hobby goals, and I will definitely be holding you accountable for them on Monday nights. Good to have you here, man. Everyone, this is the fantastic Mr. Mikey from Hellstorm One Gaming, aka Professor Hellstrom Dude. Do you have any more AKAs? AKA the Jeremy Kyler 40k. There's got to be more than that. AKA the man of 1,000 giveaways. AKA freehand connoisseur. Professor Giveaway, yes. I think it's Winter and Raphael brushes about 3 months old. Okay, so it's probably just a little bit of like misuse, unfortunately, mate. Like this particular brush is getting into its 5th month. I'll show you the difference between this brush and a brand new Windsor & Newton. I've got one just here ready to swap out for when this one finally becomes no good for real detail work. So here is the brush that we've been using for the last 5 months or so. We've painted boatloads of Dark Angels. We've painted... Gosh, what was the commission I did before that? Magnus. And I think I was still using this just before Magnus as well. This is a brand new one. Okay. Look at the difference in the length of these brushes at the tip. There's a good couple of mil on there. And this is the only reason my brushes stop being used. It's because the tip becomes too wide, essentially. I paint for 50 to 70 hours a week these days. and that's a lot more than most people. But that's the only reason my brushes end up being sort of put out to pasture, as it were. When you've finished your brush painting session, same as with your airbrush, clean your tools. I've got some Masters brush soap, which I use, and that's a really good cleaner. I've got some Gentastics Fabulous Brush Goop from Monument Hobbies, which is a really good brush conditioner. It says conditioner and cleaner, but it's a really good conditioner. I don't think it's quite so good of a cleaner. And after speaking to Jan, actually, he feels the same way about that, which is... It's always good when you get an opinion about something and you get validation from somebody else. That's always good. You lose a couple of millimeter every 6 months. I mean, you're just getting old, mate. That's all that is. But yeah, take care of your brushes. Don't let paint ever reach the ferrule, which is this bit. Emil from Squidmar recently did a video which I will admit I turned off about 2 minutes in because so much of it was bollocks, but a lot of it was correct. But all the stuff that was correct was stuff that I knew, and there was nothing. I knew very quickly I was going to learn nothing from this video, and a couple of things I disagreed with. He did a video. It's all about brush care. And that's appropriate for him because he has his own set of brushes. And some of the things he was saying was never use metallic paint with your good brushes, never use washes with your good brushes, never use contrast paint with your good brushes. And these are all things that I will do. Never use technical paints with your good brushes. I'm fully stand behind. Obviously, the last thing you want to do is pick up some, I don't know, whatever they charge for their overpriced Vallejo pumice. Sterling mud, things like that. Obviously, don't use that with a posh brush. But the rest of it is kind of a take it or leave it thing. Never use your good brushes, they'll never go bad. Fact. You say that. If you never use your brush, but you've got a painting station that's got a load of holes in it, if you store your brush upright, you'll still completely bollocks your brush. Never store brushes upright. The best way to store them is actually point down, if you have something protecting the point. Or use like a jar with an elastic band around it and stick them into there so they'll never touch the ground. You know, never open them, you'll never know. That's also very true. We're gonna need a whose brush is this paternity test out of you eventually, Mr. Herbert. You mean to tell me? So, all of those things make perfect sense. Here's some other things to help prolong brush life. Don't use the very, very tip of your brush to stab at stuff. You know. Use the side of the brush. Don't bend your brush back on itself. So, I'm painting towards me, and I'm using very light pressure to paint away from me. But don't try and get your brush to do like that kind of motion too much, with a too much of a bend, because you'll start to separate the bristles a little bit and it'll be very difficult for them to come back together. And that obviously is no good for your brush. You say you've got one that's not that old and it's not working so well, but the one you've got that's really old is still good. That doesn't surprise me. Certainly if you've got a brush that was manufactured during COVID, you will have something that's maybe been rushed out a little bit. A lot of factories that manufacture brushes, because people suddenly decided, oh, well, now I'll be into arts and crafts because I have nothing else to do. They all jumped out of the woodwork and obviously bought up a load of brushes. And so there's been quite a drought of Winsor and Newton brushes. There's also probably a lot less people out farming the sable from the basically ferret that we get it from. And so that has caused some issues. Is makeup a hobby of yours as well then, Mikey? Hey, don't judge. Right, so we've now got a nice blue area around these. At some points it's ever so slightly bulbous, so we're going to take some of that glaze, we're going to thin it even further just to blend that back through. So right up here, just wanted to feather that in just a little bit more, and the same just here. There we go, and that will do. So next up, Earl Ventry. Can you get my bad boy to get it? So go slow for the idiots in the group. Me. Brilliant. Brilliant. You can just watch it back on the VOD several times, mate. We're going to speed up now. Once we've got this part down, now we can start mixing our highlight progression up. So this is why we prepared our palette earlier on. I'm going to take a little bit of that Signar Blue base. Then we grab a little of our Lothern Blue. And we want to work slowly through our progressions. Again, the first thing we're going to do is paint all those recesses. What you might want to do on my tax return, get to find out how much the other wants to touch me. Possibly quite a lot, bro. Saj, how you doing? Thank you very much, man. So I'm going to start off, like I said, in those recesses, the source of our light. Let's paint these in there. How did Space Hulk go yesterday, by the way? By the look of your stream intro on Coffee Time, not particularly well. But, you know, you were playing with a handicap. I know we can't call Danny that, but yeah, didn't go well. No, that game is fucking evil. I think what they really tried to do was take the feel of the actual game, which is difficult, and make sure people were still feeling that virtually, you know. Hey, Danny got on as well. Brilliant stuff. Finished 2 levels on easy. Nice. Nice. I've had a go at it single player, and that's just a no. It's just so hard. I think the Librarian's probably one of the best ones, though, because obviously you've got those extra powers. I think they don't have very... no, I don't either. I had the original on like 4 discs on a PC, I think. And I remember that being absolutely insane. Couldn't finish anything past like level 3 or 4, I don't think. Because it was just too much. It was not turn-based. You basically had control of your entire squad, and it was from like various first-person cameras that you had. So imagine like everyone had a suit cam here. You had to jump between the squad and get them to do stuff. No way. Absolutely not. And if a G, everything jammed so much as well. So the game was just constantly hand in ass. Oy. Just rough. Okay, so we've got our blue recesses popped in again. Now I'm going to take this and we'll turn this into a glaze. This is slightly desaturated just because of the way that Lothern blue looks. Until we get to a point where we're using quite a lot more Lothern blue, which is very bright, we're going to go through a little bit of a blue-grey. So we need to make this transition relatively swift. And what I mean by that is, we're going to put this one on very close in now to the edges of all of this work. We'll still go out a little bit to help feather it in from the last one, but nowhere near as much distance, about half the distance. And essentially what we're looking to do is create an outline to each of these areas. By the way, notice we haven't done anything on the eyes and the base coats yet. That's entirely intentional. This essentially will be a very thin aura around each of these 4 vents, and down here we'll do something ever so slightly different. And the reason behind that is because, like I said, we're getting that desaturated part of it. I want this to be a very cold blue. Part of the reason why we've chosen the colour palette we have, but we also then have to ensure that our working practice helps that along its way as well. This is going to take a couple of coats, but you should be able to see a difference here to here already. I know it's a little hard to see that side because of the staff of billions of years old of Necron or whatever it's called, but you can still see that difference. Now we want some of this to still show when we put our next highlight on, and that next highlight will be very tight in to the edges of these vents. We're basically just going to paint the edges of these vents. Notice how you can still see as well some of those green highlights still showing through. Got to work thin. Right, for the leg plates, you need to hit just the inside of these. So again, all the way around. These bits. And then in the middle. And we're trying to keep that effect of light, but there's no light effect without shadow. So we're leaving out some of the areas where we kept our darker blue earlier on in the very recesses around here to give those dark and light areas. If you imagine you took a million candle power torch and you shined it directly in my face, all you'd see is a big white blob, which is not too different from my face, admittedly. But if you took a softer light and did it, then you'd still see the wrinkles, the cracks, the scars, fucking you name it. We're looking for that second kind of effect. We want all those details to still be there, not just a big blob. If you want OSL that's just a big blob, I can show you plenty of examples on Instagram of that, I'm sure. Some of them are even pro-painted. Some of them are even from commission painting studios. Probably about 90% of the time you've seen someone paint a Rhino or similar kind of tank and gone, oh, I know what we'll do. We'll give it headlights that are turned on. That's what we don't want. That's a no. Can't have that. Mr. Ben would not like that kind of OSR. Unless you do, Ben, and then you can save me about 14 hours if that's the case. You know. let me know now, yeah? Right, we go back and hit these all with a second pass just to ensure we get enough effect from that. Again, keeping in real thin, just in and around these vents. Now, there's loads of different ways of doing the OSL. I like to go with this progressive build-up because I always know when it's time to stop at that point. Like I get to I get to a point without issue where there is enough brightness for me, and at that point I'm ready to just stop. Another way of doing it would be to make all of these areas very bright. So all of the inside of those vents, just paint some white lines in there or something, and then add a load of blue washes over the top or glazes over the top. If you are feeling particularly lazy, then you could do that and then chuck some contrast paint over the top. Is it going to work? The answer is a mostly yes. Is it going to look good? Yeah, the answer is mostly yes. Frozin! Holy shit, dude, how are you? Let's get a shout out for this absolute badass, please. One of the kings of painting Necrons, quite clearly. And he's probably come here to make sure I'm not cheating and using an airbrush. Do some OSL. That's how he puts it anyway. How you doing, brother? Feels like long time no speak. So yeah, you could use the contrast method. Like I said, it works. It looks passable. It ain't great, and anyone that knows their shit is going to look at it and know exactly what you've done. So as anyone that looks at this and knows their shit is going to know exactly what we've done. So if you're painting for a contest, make sure you go about it the proper way. So next step is kind of obvious. We take even more of that Lothern blue, mix it in with this, and away we go. So now we're approaching probably 2-to-1 Lothern to Signar. Just gonna add in a little touch more of both, just to increase the pool of paint that I have to work from. It's me, Skeptic. What up? And Hilloth. How you doing, bro? Many people asking Chris when his 24-hour stream is. Note that Chris is not responding to those questions at the moment. Let's see if there is an answer. Right, so this one, again, we start off by hitting all of those recesses. And we want to leave as much of an edge around this line as we can. So be real careful and try to just paint the center of these recesses now. You're going to need very light brush pressure. You're going to need paint that is exactly the right consistency. So remember, it should be able to just fall off your brush quite easily. And your paintbrush should not distend when picking up that paint. Medium dry white, how you doing? And if you keep your paint the right consistency, then you'll have a much easier time of this. If your paint's too thick, you will have problems. Don't be afraid to change the angle that your mini is at as well, to be sure. This one did go a little bit too far. Yeah, so did that bottom one actually. And you can see the difference between the two, right? So let's come back in up here. And fill these out a little bit more to match. And then we'll manage our cleanup for that shortly. And that's better. We're starting to get that little nice light blue in there. Big Bad Beardo, what up? How you doing, man? So now the other side. This guy's such a spindly fucker. Every single time you touch him, you're slightly at fear that he's going to break. I'm expecting full mohawk at this point, yep. Alright, there we go. Let's get the eyes. And then we can actually start working on the eyes and the surrounds of the eyes now as well. We want the head to be a focal point. And that's almost always the case. Most miniatures have 3 focal points. Now if you think about the entirety of the Silent King's dais, Skydrifter 1911, thank you very much for that follow. AJS Adler, how you doing? You think about the whole thing, we might have 3 focal points on the entirety of the dais, and in that, Zarek will be one of them. Another will be the Catan that's above him. It's one of the highest points on the mini, and it's going to be a beautiful, bright purple. Zarek will be surrounded by a dark, very shadowy purple cape that's going to ping off all of this work. So Zarek will be a focal point. The Catan will be a focal point, and probably the third focal point will have to be essentially that middle band that Zarek and his 2 advisors are on. So all of that point will be a focal point, and that's a little bit tricky to come up. But if you then have 3 focal points on each of these miniatures, when people start dialing in with their vision on where they're going to look at that time, you can still draw this out. So obviously this is one, this is one, and this is one. So the whole point is that it's this very small area we're actually asking our audience to look at, which makes sense because all of this is surrounded by a cape that's tapered from sort of down here all the way up to those shoulders, and that will draw you in to those areas. So now we take some of that mix and we thin that down. We're not working with a glaze anymore. This is one of the first times doing this around that we're not. And all of this is going to go very tight in now to the edges of these chest vents. Now you need to have the absolute lightest brush pressure at this point. Your paint must be that correct consistency, so you can see it's very thin. With the merest touch, we're able to get that put down on the miniature. If your paint is too thick, you will never get a line that is this thin. You just won't, because it requires more pressure. More pressure increases the surface area that your brush touches the model at. You're using the point of your brush where all the paint is gathered, and so you will obviously have more of the point in contact with the model, which means more of the paint is in contact with the model, which means more of the paint leaves your brush and goes onto the model. I know that all sounds extremely obvious, but you would be surprised at how many people don't think of that particular aspect of miniature painting. Almost everything is about getting stuff at the right consistency. A lot of problems that people have with painting, whether it's visible brush strokes, whether it's a coat of paint not, looking good when it's down, it's patchy and things like that. The correct consistency and just a bit of patience is generally what solves that. Right, there we go. So we've got our first set of those done. You can see we're starting to get that glow. Now obviously this looks very defined at the moment. When we get our next highlight passes down and we start just picking up areas of this, if we do the highlights at the bottom, the top will fade to the background a little bit. You won't notice it as much. It's not really an illusion, it's just the way the highlights will go. This is the last time that we're going to be doing any kind of all over pass with this. Kamab, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, dude. So while I'm working these tiny little highlights, oh shit, stuff and things. Medium Dry White getting a prime sub on. Thank you very much, dude. Really, really appreciate it. What I was going to say was, whilst I'm doing this, and this is obviously very intricate, but not necessarily the most entertaining bit of work, how's everyone's Sunday gone? Has anyone done some hobby? Is anyone keeping up with Hellstorm Wargaming's New Year, new resolution to get a new army painted? Has anyone got hobby resolutions? If so, we are 3 days in. Has it already gone a bit wrong? Are you still going strong? Where are you at? You're welcome. Well, thank you very much, dude. Still, I appreciate it, man. Really do. Literally helping to keep the lights on in there. Right, for these areas, again, I'm just going to pop out the center. And then we'll come in at the very edges of these little details. And you can't quite see that because his hand's in the way. So I'll try it from this side where I can't quite see it because his hand is in the way. And now we're getting these little highlights in from the very, very edges of what's going on here. And this is why we need to leave all those recesses dark. That's what's giving us the effect of light and shadow. And remember, when we're painting object source lighting, that's what we're painting, not just the effect of light. The effect of light is that certain areas get brighter, but also that certain areas look darker by comparison. I already painted more than last year. Nice. Built 5 of 3 assault intercessors today. Built 5 of 30. Gotcha. Machete. Currently painting a contorted epitome. Nice. Nice. Group photo and hobby space. Awesome. Plan Fisher by Deathwatch and Grey Knight armies. I really want to do my Grey Knights. I do. I really, really do. I will not have time. So we're going to have to compromise on quality and find a way of just doing it. Polly started assembling my Space Wolves army. So far, only used units for kill team. Already bungled a sergeant. It's a happy accident? There you go. My goal is to close the year with at least one fully painted army. About 4 in all grade 6 completion. Should be able to wrap one of them. Finally, 2 sprues. Yamaras just get 100 models painted and to stream more. Nice, dude. Nice. Have you got an idea of what those 100 models will be? I have no personal hobby goals for this year other than ones that are channel related. So I'm not going to include those because to me that's a channel goal. And some of those channel goals are hobby goals, so I'll expand on those in a sec. But we have things like the Necronathon 2. I've got a Necron army that I want to expand on, and we'll obviously do it on the channel because it's more fun. And we'll obviously be filming that, and that'll be a weekend's worth of stuff and things happening. We'll do a load of giveaways and, you know, all the usual kinds of things that we do on those mad events, which is great fun. So all my hobby goals are things like that. I've got a fantastic weekend planned for the stream birthday. Really have. Right, for the eyes. First thing we're going to do, this is basically how you paint glowing eyes on anything, by the way. Start off with a band of colour underneath the eye. Like so. Make sure you leave room between this and the eyeball. You can see there's that little dark line just here. That is the most important thing. Without that line, It's just one like puddle. You don't want that. You want the eye to be bright and to be hitting this line here with the glow. Now to begin with, that line needs to be taken up just to almost the top of the nose. Imagine it's hitting just here. So not here, just here. That bit is crucial. If you get that line wrong, then essentially start again. Paint the darker area and then layer this up on top. But that absolutely has to fit in there. Again, it must be thin, so your paint consistency must be right. You must use very light brush pressure to keep that thin. The harder you press, again, the more surface area your brush has in contact with the miniature. The more of that that's going on, the more chance you have of putting a larger amount of paint on that surface, thickening your lines. And the best highlights are always those super crisp ones that you can't believe how thin that line is, you know. Probably get all your nights done at some point. I think after I get my night from Jay, I would join you in a night mission. Absolutely, bro. But you're going to have to paint yours the same way I'm going to paint this one. And you said I can do what I like with it. And have fun. Oh, God. All of the regret. That's all I've got for you, mate. It's all of the regret. You're going to need to watch a lot of my tutorials to do that night, put it that way. Right, now we're going to start amping this blue up. We're going to get it brighter and colder, and that's the plan. So that sickly skin is coming out now. We're mixing that into our previous mix, and we'll end up with something that's a little bit just past a sky blue. Sickly skin is one of the best colours that P3 produce. I legit use this on pretty much every single miniature that I paint, almost without exception. So again, first thing we need to do is add this to the recesses of our mini. So that's where the light source is. This is the brightest area. This is the bit that needs to have the pure. Let's get these in those recesses. Actually just highlighted the bottom of that area as well, which was not intentional, but never mind. Save me a brush stroke in a second. I was expecting to see nothing but a mohawk then, but currently managing to avoid that. I don't know if anyone saw that in the Patreon video. I can't remember which one it was now. Tooltip was make sure you get your mohawk in shot. Oh no, it wasn't. I didn't do that one. I shot everything, and I decided in the end I couldn't use the footage, so that one didn't happen. I think. All starting to ghost art once we got this color scheme sorted. Nice, nice. 2 fully magnetized Crusader, 4 Armigers, and 1 variant. All Crusaders. Let's see one. Shezza Gaming. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Glad you found us. Let's get these 4 in as well. What's your ITC Nights list? Well, I mean, it's not really an ITC Nights list. ITC is essentially now only 2 things. One is a code of conduct, which is something that I feel is extremely important, but it is something that Games Workshop have never done themselves, and I'd like to think that whilst they may be very sort of blue-eyed and bushy-tailed, and you know everyone's nice at the tabletop, not everyone. I'd like to think they're not necessarily naive about the fact that they do need to have that social contract. In fact, I've spoken to people that work for Games Workshop as part of the events team, and they are aware that this needs to be done. We're going to highlight the bottom of these. We're going to go up a little bit on the outside here on the curves. We're not going to go across the top, and then we're just going to do that bottom line. And notice how already that one looking much colder. Yeah, it's a lot more bright blue there. This is what we want. Again, get both sides there. But other than that, all the ITC is, other than like how to use a chess clock, which Games Workshop still don't have in their rules pack. And almost certainly never will, by the way, until they start selling Games Workshop chess clocks. Warhammer 40,000 battle timers is what they'll be. By the way, if GW bring those out, I totally didn't hear about it from any inside source. I just legit made that up on the spot. But other than that, it's just a ranking. That's all. So my knights list is very simple. It's very straightforward, but it covers literally all bases and is the most efficient way of running knights that I have found. It is 3 Knight Crusaders that are all house crashed. One of them has got a melter gun because I have 5 points spare, and it's come in handy once or twice. I have 2 Armigers in 1 unit and 1 Armiger by himself, so I have 5 Lord of War slots, fits 1 super heavy detachment entirely. Done. Clockful, I couldn't tell you. I use Windsor and Newton exclusively, pretty much. I've never had an issue with them at all. They've always been perfect for me. I know Chris, if he's still here, uses the Da Vinci brushes, and he swears by them. It's one of the only things that we sort of disagree on, but we don't. It's not really a disagreement. It's just a difference in style. For these, they're perfect for me. They fit in my hand well. I like the weight. I like the way they move. I like the way they move. I have no issues with these brushes whatsoever. I've been using them for years and years and years. Nightmare, doing well. As far as relics and waller traits go, it's pretty simple. You take as many defensive relics as you can, and you go with House Crest because it's the best. I've been playing House Crest for literally since the Codex dropped. It is the best. The fact that you are as good in close combat with your Knight Crusader as any other Knight household with their Gallant, for the most part, means that you are unbelievably multi-purpose. On one Knight, I take Iron Bulwark and Sanctuary, so he has a 5-up invulnerable save at all times. That includes combat, which you can rotate to a 4. And in shooting, he has a 4-up invulnerable save without needing to rotate. And remember, you can't rotate down to a 3-up anymore. That was FAQ'd some time ago, and frankly was unnecessary, but alright, whatever. Sorry, I just talked all over this and I haven't explained what's going on. So we've done some little spot highlights at the sides here. Very, very small. As you can see, we're barely touching those areas in the miniature. Little highlight just in the middle here. We've got both the top and bottom of these 2 clamps that are holding that in place, and then we've done a line underneath there as well. And that's starting to give that glowing effect a bit of life, a bit of power. Do you need to copy how I do their mats and board setup and bin the plastic boards they use? Well, they kind of have. In fact, if you look at some of the pictures that Warhammer World put out for how you could go in games safely during that brief period of time where you could, there was some decent terrain setups, there was game mats, there were none of their Realm of Battle boards, which are terrible to roll dice on. Just the noise, really, more than anything else. No. And they are much better. Right, so we're doing the eyeball itself, and then we're coming in and we're doing about 80% of that bottom line. And what we're doing is we're cutting that in from both ends. We're just shrinking down It'll shrink and shrink with each coat of highlight that we put on there. The whole point of that is the brightest point is the middle of the eyeballs. We're taking the pupil as the actual like power bright area, and this line that comes underneath on the extremes ends, sort of here and here, that's where it will be its darkest. As it gets closer and closer towards the pupil, so right under here, that's what will be the brightest. Now this is a model that doesn't have a iris, a cornea, a pupil. I think that's all of the eye bits of the eye, and so you won't get an expression out of him that you would with like eyes looking in different directions until you do this. Because if the pupil is the brightest point and the second brightest point is directly under the pupil, it's going to be very easy to tell that that's the case, and so you will get this guy looking at something without going through all of that. Plastic balls are terrible. I made Ben play on one when he was completely hungover at one point. He did not have a good day. But he's the one that decided to come to a tournament completely out of his tree. Right, even more sickly skin, and we're going to go through plenty of this now. This workup is going to be a while. We might end up going to pure white, but we also might not. Alright, thin that down. Boom. And then we do all of the same process again. Keep everything just a little tighter and a little tighter and a little tighter. Here's where we see if this brush could still do the job. Hey, look, I'm not embarrassed by it. I didn't shit myself. Technically. So we're working a little bit closer towards the center of the chest with these. These fields are so small, and they're actually at an annoying angle. It's not like a flat panel at the bottom. It was at a funny angle. Yeah, Jay, what have you done? Telson! How you doing, bro? I mean, technically, didn't. There you go, getting that brightness coming through again. I think that door is still stained. I think that door got burned. I did just set it on fire. Walter's Workshop! Hey brother, how you doing? Let's give this guy some love. Give him a shout out, send him some follows. Going well, bro. How about you? What have you been working on recently? We're doing the Silent King as part of a commission. We've been filming the Void Dragon for both YouTube and Patreon. So, let's show you him. This guy's fucking sick. I love the Void Dragon. I could paint nothing but Void Dragons forever, I think. GW absolutely smashed it out of the park with this. The Hobby Room! Oh, how are you guys doing? I was this close to raiding you yesterday. But Mikey, if he's still here, was failing at playing video games, and the chat wanted to see that instead. How are you guys doing? Sith Panda, Pickle O, Aussie Pie. Our 48-hour stream is over. Excellent. How did it go? How did it go? I hope you guys had an epic, epic time of that 48 hours, and you deserve a rest. Hellstorm Mikey is terrible at games. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He proved that. Everyone, give these guys a follow. They're a great stream. They had 48 hours of people taking like shifts. I think when I tuned in yesterday, it was shift 2 of 4 going on. So, you know, well done to all of you guys. We are currently painting the Silent King. He is here. But you joined just at the point I was saying we're painting the Void Dragon as well for both Patreon and YouTube. We've got a series going across the two of them. We did part 1, which was how to do the skin and the corrupted effect. That was over on Patreon. And then part 2, how to do all your Blackstone, how to do the blades, the quickest power sword style effects you'll ever do, and the easiest as well. That's all on YouTube, as well as a quick tutorial on how to paint bone Necrons. So exclamation point Patreon, exclamation point YouTube for both of those. Right now though, we're working on some OSL, some object source lighting on this guy's chest. Go on camera, focus, that's the one. So how is your finish? What did you guys end with in your respective parts of the stream? Also, what a great way to start off the new year. Love that. Absolutely love that. So we're working up now some sickly skin into these recesses, a little bit more at a time to get these as bright as possible. We're edging around this bloody staff of his. Right now for that. And there we go. They're looking super, super bright. Ross J. Crichton, I hope. I hope that's Crichton and not Crichton. How you doing? Thank you very much for that follow. Love the scheme. Cheers, dude. Fished a Mega Gargant and Johan running from him. Nice. And a Bane Sword. 2 Lehman Russes. Absolutely. If you put in exclamation point whip or exclamation point Discord, you can go and join us there. And then in the work in progress gallery, feel free to put up some pics of what you guys have been doing this weekend. I think if I use MechWarrior models for Dreadnoughts, they would let me. I have no idea, dude. Are they the right size? Do they look right? Are they clearly what it's meant to represent? Because if the answer to any of those questions is no, that's probably your answer. Right size, weapon shown. Maybe. Maybe. That's one of those things that if you were going to a friendly game, I imagine no one would have an issue. But if you were going to an event, let's say you're going to a big tournament, then you would definitely want to get that checked out first. So a little dot of this in the middle, and then we're working just the lower sections now. So again, just keeping that slightly tighter in on the middle there as well. Working very thin. Light brush pressure. Camera's not... Go on, the mini, not the background, please. Thank you. Photos in Discord? Nice. We will definitely look at that when we do a whip section later on. But I'm glad you guys had fun. Thank you for that epic raid as well. Fantastic. Pearl Chan, you've mistimed that one, I'm afraid, Frank. Though I appreciate the defense, I really do. It's the same here. This one's easy for you guys to see. Get a little dot in the middle of here. That's where the light source is. That's the brightest point. Then hit the highlights towards the bottom. Very light brush pressure. Make sure you start keeping that shape as well. Tell you what, we'll just, with this highlight, we'll hit the sides as well. So, you know, at least one step, if not 2 steps brighter. So let's just give us something else on those sides. And again, this little tiny dot isn't going to be what makes or breaks this effect. It just isn't. But it does add something to it. Now let's do the rest of the ribs. So we've done the recess. Now we need to do this highlight. Now we're going to leave the top edge, but we will highlight the bottom edge up towards it. A little bit more water in this. Again, consistency, super key. If your paint isn't thin enough, then you're not going to get it flowing off the brush smoothly. If it's too thin, you'll end up glazing this about 1,000 times. First pronunciation, the name was correct. Nice. Awesome colour scheme. Let's check out YouTube. Still have Indomitus to work through. Nice, man. Nice. This is for a client who's in the chat, Blue-Eyed and Furry. We've done a lot of Necrons for him now. Well, I say a lot, we haven't really. It's not been a lot of models, but it's been some pretty epic projects. We did the pylon, the big pylon from Forge Rod. I'd like to say that was loads of fun to paint, but unfortunately, this was a bit of a rescue. Ben had received the pylon secondhand, and it was already stuck together. And trying to paint something that is that big is a nightmare. I smashed myself in the face with it quite a few times because I was trying to get to one area behind it, and I sort of leaned forward, and the big sort of C-shaped section of the pylon dish would just smash me straight in. But we did a great job of that, I think, by the end. We had it slightly converted so it was firing, had a lot of arcing energy. Imagine that little bit in Independence Day where the White House gets annihilated by the ion cannon. Yeah, all that sort of arcing lightning before it oh, yes. Yes. Looked great by the end. It was one of those minis that... I said minis. It's not really a mini, is it? It was one of those things that went from, God, this is annoying, God, this is annoying, God, this is annoying, to, oh my God, that was great. And there was no transition between the two. It's just like, BAM! It looks great. So, we won't be doing another one of those. That isn't in bits, at least. Right, brightest point again on the eyes. And then we'll start being able to bring in a little bit of, not really expression, but just direction of where he's looking. With the highlights going to do underneath now. So, again, we're going to drop down the amount that we highlight by the same amount both ends. So we can leave this just in here under the center of the eye. Right. Hard to pick up on camera, but it's just this part of the line that we've put in there now. Same this side. Just come in. Pop that little line in. Now those eyes are starting to look very bright. Remember, we're looking for that cold, dispassionate. Instead of having like a superiority complex, he doesn't have a superiority complex. He has superiority. That's what we're going for. That absolute feeling of I am just better than all of you. That's what we want from him. So adding in even more sickly skin, we're going much, much brighter. This is nearly towards white, and we probably won't use white because that, as soon as you put just white on something, you start to desaturate it. You start to take away any other color because the white is what captures your texture. I am Lukester. Thank you for the follow and welcome. Right. Now you're going to get real tiny highlights. So again, coming in on the chest piece, inside all of these vents, we're working just down at the very front. So people that came in from the hobby room, we were talking about Mikey's coffee time video. If you've not seen it, you should definitely check out his coffee time stuff. It's a nice sort of short form chat video. I really enjoy them. I mean, I'm slightly biased because he's my mate, but you know. Worth checking out. And this week's video was about hobby resolutions. And I'll let you watch the video to discover what his may have been. But do any of you guys have hobby resolutions that you've made this year? If so, how do you reckon they're going to go? Have you broken it already? Has it all gone wrong, or is it still going strong? Where are we at so far? Love it. Mikey's resolution, take over the world. New year, 3 new armies. Brilliant. Just for yourself, right? 3 new armies for you. Let's see, how many armies am I going to paint in the first 6 months of this year? Five. So, yeah, 5 in the first 6 months, including white Custodes. 6 if I count the other half of my Necrons, I guess. So that's an army a month, and we might even do more than that. Who knows? Right, bottom edges of these right at the very front now, and that's kind of it. Looking to really bring those highlights right in. Keep them short, keep them thin. That's quite bright now. Yeah, look at that from here. Definitely got that going on. New digital blue, thank you very much, dude. The one Ben Bailey. How you doing, bro? 4 armies here in 2 months. Nice, halfway through one already. Good. I'd expect so, man. You've had 48 hours painting. What do you mean halfway through? Halfway? No. No. We've got the Necronathon 2 coming up in either February or March. I'm thinking probably one of the last weekends of February. He's cheating using the airbrush. Right, first off, the only people that say airbrushing is cheating are the people that can't airbrush. But yeah, Necronathon 2, we're going to paint about 3,500 points of crons, including my own Silent King, in a weekend. That's going to go on with the other incredible amount of Necrons that we've painted on the first Necronathon. It took place in, was it September? It's half your airbrush anyway. Brilliant. Which half? You should have the nozzle. Yeah, and then you can just take it back at any point. No airbrush from you. I'd be genuinely happy with a unit a month. Well, do a little bit every day or a little bit every week and just keep going through it. Wife got me a couple of boxes to add to my backlog of painting / building. Brilliant. Question 1. Are you still glazing at this point? And question 2. How do you do the effects with an airbrush? Well, at this point, you'd have to stop airbrushing anyway. OSL done through the airbrush is great. And it's easy. And it's quick. And it gives you that immense section of time where you get intense, immediate satisfaction. It's like, I've done a thing and I have won! Yes! Look at Trajan there. Loads of airbrush OSL. And then we came in with the brushes. And we applied some shades. And we applied some highlights. You have to do that part. If all you do with OSL is take airbrush and just a bit, you haven't really finished it off. And we're not glazing at this point because the glaze on a edge highlight is possible. Don't get me wrong, it is. But when you glaze, you're normally looking at like 2 to 3 coats for full opacity. And I'm not really looking for full opacity here, but maybe 70%. So we're going a little bit thicker than a glaze. We're still keeping it nice and thin, so our brush work doesn't have to go on lumpy. You know, we're going on with a nice smooth consistency, so paint is coming off our brush easily. That's allowing us the brush control we need to do this. Without that, we'd kind of be lost. Let's do the eyes. Pretty much done on these areas down here. Any more there and it's too much. But we will do one final dot in the middle of those when we do our final highlight next up. Right now, we're coming in. We're just dotting those I's. Yeah, if you look over the internet, Instagram, Facebook, both these places are great for this as a resource. You'll see lots of people that have airbrushed and they've decided, right, I'm going to do some OSL, and they just spray a colour. Then they spray a brighter colour, and they call it done. And if you look at anything in the real world and find that it behaves under light the way that looks, I will be extremely impressed. Because I'm pretty sure nothing actually looks like that. Even if you shine a super bright, very focused torch on something, probably isn't going to look like that. So just always with OSL. OSL is object source lighting, and it is an artist using color or value, so basically what color something is or how bright something is, to give the illusion that one part of the model is emanating light. That illusion word is the key part of that. None of this is actually glowing. None of it. We have to make it have a feel that it is. So, you've been in some pretty shoddy discos in your youth. I'm surprised you can still remember them. Right. Last part. We're going on now with pure sickly skin. Evolution. Thank you for the follow, bro. Welcome to the stream. I've seen OSL used to a point where the model looks like it robbed a bank and inked money exploded on the model. I tend to call that, and this might offend some people, but this is the way I tend to explain it. Raked by an airbrush. The model looks like it has been absolutely blasted with one, and it is horrible. There's a lot of painting studios out there that's not necessarily the service they offer, but it's one of the services they offer, and it's unfortunate because a lot of the rest of their minis look great, and then you get OSL, and you're like, oh, what have you done? If you'd stopped before you did that, it would look great, and now you've done that, and it, for a more minimal OSL look on a model, you can tell it doesn't overpower the model. Yes, absolutely. It should be there to help aid you in either your paths around the miniature, so where exactly it is that you're looking, guiding the audience to the focal points that you've got, like for instance, the eyes. This is just sickly skin, remember? We're just going on to the eyeball itself. We're not going to do any of the area underneath, because the other thing that people forget when they do OSL is that, again, the light source is obviously the brightest thing. You can't get brighter than the thing that is casting the light in the first place. So your final step has to be a highlight on just the thing that is giving you this effect. Bomean1995, cheers for the follow. I've been trying to find out how many followers I've got, and Twitch won't tell me, basically. Kenir. No, that isn't right. That's right. Hobby Room, take care. Thanks again for the raid. Good to see you guys. And congratulations on your 48-hour stream. Go you. Karen Deer. Karen Deer? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 2.8. What, though? I'm trying to work out how close we are to 3K. I'd love to hit 3K by the time we have our next stream birthday. We're also very close to hitting 6K on Instagram, so if you don't follow me over there, !social, and go and please do it. I'd love to get to that by the time we hit our stream's second birthday, which will be the 25th or so of April. It's gonna be cool. Gonna be cool. Drunk Mystic, take care, bro. Have a good one. Stream will be up on YouTube after we finish, and then viewable relatively quickly past that point. Whispered you a link. Cheers, Dick. I will check it out in a bit. Nice one, bro. Thank you very much. Right, it's that last little highlight just coming in. Little spots. Keeping it small. Keeping a little bit of separation as well from this to the very front. We want that little blue area there. Boom. Now I've got that nice glow. Loving it. So, we are at half-time. We've got about an hour. What should we do next? We could do some work on Anrakir. We could do some work on the Noble guy that is Ben's late Christmas present. That needs a load of highlights on. We're not going to do this. Oh, I know what we could do. We could do the cloak. We could do Sarek's cloak. That'll do. Click on the top right, create a dashboard, community, followers, or channel. Scroll to... Yeah, it's a scroll to the bottom. So I can get to a list of followers. That's great. That's easy. You managed to find that, no problem. Except the list isn't presented in list view. It's presented in like a 3 by whatever fits on the screen grid. And I'm not going to scroll and count the number of rows. Because it's going to be nearly 1,000 rows, but I don't know how nearly it is. No, at this point it's late. Definitely late. There you go, there is Sarek and his object source lighting. So let's do his cloak. Let's do that. Then you get the airbrush out. Gonna have some fun with some real dark purples. And some bright ass pinks. Why not? Because I've got more important things to do. That's like a vanity thing. That's a stroke my ego thing. I've got work to do, which some would argue, myself included, it is much more important. You rack discipline. Danny Tubbs, bit late to combo, but listen, try and sort of colour scheme for my nights. So hobby was to finish an army this year. Nice. Back in the hobby almost a year now. 3 unfinished armies, and a pile of shame that I'm kind of proud of. You have a pile of proudness. It's a pile of unlimited potential. That's what it is. It's not a pile of shame. A pile of unlimited potential. So, it's glove up, no glove, no love. What's the model that you're most proud of that I've painted? He was good. Yeah, that guy was pretty tasty. I'll show you, actually. I'll show you. He's right here. This is the model I'm most happy with. For many reasons, actually. This is my Void Dragon. Not to be confused with Ben's Void Dragon, who still looks extremely badass. But, you know. But this one, this is the mini I'm most proud of. It's my favourite mini I painted last year. We painted this guy in a 24-hour stream, along with a proxy stand-in for the Nightbringer. And I fucking love it. We did it for charity, for Calm, the campaign against living miserably. When we started the stream, this guy was just undercoated black and nothing else. When we finished the stream, he and his partner were done. We've got these little crystals at the base. We've got so much going on this guy, but it's super, super simple. Blue, gold, red. That's it. You know, there's almost nothing else. So with a really, really tight color palette and this quasi-metallic man, we created something that I am absolutely blown away by. I honestly wish this guy was good. But if you get in sort of close on this, to me, that you could use that as the front of a movie poster, and it would be something like an apocalyptic good versus evil fight, and this is some angel come down from heaven to smite Lucifer or something. I don't know. To me, it's absolutely one of the nicest things that I've painted. I love the style, I love the mood of it. All of this, it's my favourite. Yes, we've got silver, yeah, and we've got silver up here on the Kron itself because he matches the Krons that we've painted before. It's one of my absolute favourite models that GW have ever done. That was my vote for best miniature of 2020 from GWs. Gazzy is good. Gazzy is good, but I love that thing. Vanta X, thank you for the follow. One of the reasons that I like that so much is the proportions on him are extremely good. Like, you've got something that is definitely a athletic form rather than something like Gazgol, which is very much this over-exaggerated beast, because so is Gazagol. You know, he should be. But that's why I love this guy. Right, let's grab some Nagaroth Knight. Let's get some black. Let's get some of one of my favorite colors, Vallejo Sunset Red. This gets used on a lot more minis than people think. Bright, bright pink. Hooker lipstick pink. That's what we call it around here. Let's get some... Let's get some super dark red. Rojo Profundo. On that as well. Right, flow improver in the pot. Always flow improver. Always flow improver. Now, also, always when you're airbrushing, work in a well-ventilated environment and wear protective gear. I choose not to when I stream. When we're not streaming, we have the respirator. Full mask. Take this shit seriously. Treat it with respect. Right, going to go on with a little bit of purple mixed in with quite a lot of black. And we really want a solid set of dark shadows on this. I want this to be a cloak that's almost eating the light. You know. It's going to be a good surround for this guy. And so I really need my 5-Storm Games order to get here as well, because I'm nearly out of Thramar Black, and I don't like Vallejo Black. Tight King's pose of that cape is very much, behold of the fucks I do not give. Yes, yes it is. It's almost a little bit, if I painted in full gold, it'd look a little bit like C-3PO, and that I was desperately trying to avoid, and I think we've managed to avoid that. Right, so super dark purple. In fact, let's just brush this down with just some air to begin with. Fortunately, I ended up with a spider on my desk that has done a really good job of giving me some very realistic spider webbing. So let's get rid of all that. Now, I'd be surprised if the cam can pick up this colour change to purple. Not really. Just fuck with the exposure a little bit. There you go. It's kind of a little bit grey, but promise you, actually purple. And again, we want this to be very dark. That's one of the reasons why we picked up a little bit of deep red as well. It's going to give us a little bit of a change in hue. It's going to give us a bit more interest, whilst also keeping this dark. Still going to be very predominantly purple. It's going to be there. Going to do a void drain in T800 style, so that's a lot of chrome and very shiny ready. Yes, it is, man. All microns, the Kyber Dying Dynasty, all based on the Terminator. He's one of the best movie monsters of all time, as far as I'm concerned. And watched it recently with my other half. Crooked Green! It only took an hour this evening. Something about your connection, bro. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but hey, at least we got there, right? Okay, so now that's all down. Let's start working up some purple. Add a bit more flow improver into the pot. Bolt up the level of purple we've got. Now we're using more flow improver than paint. We want to go on very thin. I want to basically glaze with the airbrush. He has got a fantastic ass, you're right. We've had a lot of good genital sculpting from GW recently. Void Dragon's got one of the best bums in the business. Let's not forget our Ogrid Myrmidon that we painted for one of last month's giveaway minis. Looks a bit bright in this exposure, but fantastic mini. Love this guy. But for some reason, if we just squish the plants down a little, you can see they sculpted genital hair on him. They decided they had to put in a hairy ball sack. So, you know. And you can't see it because we've hidden it with the foliage, but there's a little horn there that's definitely a horn and not definitely a lazy lob. So, where are those basic plants from? Rival Crafts, ! Rival. If you go back on YouTube and watch the New Year's Eve stream we did, you'll see how we applied those. They're really, really good. They are real plants that have been preserved by submerging the root cluster in glycerin while the plants were still alive, and that's had the effect of the plant basically pulling that glycerin up, believing it's a food source, and then it has surrounded the chlorophyll. I'm gonna get some of these words wrong. Surrounded the chlorophyll in the plant leaves and so on, and that has preserved the foliage, so it will stay green for almost ever, which is great. That's what we want. Predator best movie monster. It's a good one. It is a good one, but I think the Terminator's got a bit more legitimacy to it than the Predator. The Predator is one of my favourite films. I love it. It's one of the only films that I actually own a copy of. Digitally now, rather than having it on DVD or whatever. I have it bought and downloaded. And it's such a fucking great film. It really, really is. All the characters were fantastic. But to me, it's got to be the Terminator. He is literally the best. Absolutely best. It's very clear it's heat-seeking moisture missile. More like his one-eyed, bald-headed, purple-veined champion. So, I like monsters from the recent Annihilation movie. Creatures that eat you, become you partially, making your brain live horror. I think I've seen that. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Fair. Snake, I cannot remember when I first saw that film. I was young. I remember that. I remember watching RoboCop when I was a kid and thinking it was the best thing ever, and then watching it when I was an adult and thinking, Christ alive, this is violent. How did my parents let me watch this when I was a child? Alright, and you can see we're building that purple up, still keeping it very, 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 very dark. And we're going to get all of this in. We'll start building our highlights up from it as well. And then we'll come in with some nice tints in the shadows. Now, I like to work back and forth with the airbrush. I don't like to just work one way and just do sort of highlights up and then that's it. The mini's obviously done because I've done the highlights. It doesn't really work that way. Ever, really. Especially with minis that are centerpiece minis that you really, really, really care about. If it's something you're speed painting through, then yeah, by all means, just smash it on. But for me, especially the bigger, more involved, and more impressive miniatures that you get now, it's worth going back in and playing around with the shadows a little bit. Help to address any issues of potential overspray that you might have. Just to change the contrast here and there as well. I think that's really important. Just finished my 2,000 point hard grind today. I did a space nebula design for vehicle bases. Turned out okay. Need more practice. Oh, sweet. Okay, nice. That sounds cool, man. If you want to show them off, exclamation point whip or exclamation point Discord. Come and join in our Discord server. There's about 500 people in there now, which is really cool. And at the end of almost every stream we do a hobby work in progress. So if you upload something during the stream, we'll show it off, have a chat to everybody about it, maybe offer some comment and critique if you'd like it. I know a lot of people find that helpful. It's up to you though, man. Let's highlight all of these areas brighter. Which is one of the reasons why we're working so thin as well. Extra flow improver, so slightly more than paint. Not necessarily 1 to 2 or anything, but obviously past 1 to 1. We can use the same colour and just make repeated brush strokes with the airbrush to start building that opacity up. We want the purple to definitely be there. We want it to have the overall appearance of purple, but we want it to be just on the side of too dark, because we're going to have a lot of object source lighting on the miniature that is purple. Certainly the Catan is going to be bright purple. All of the power cells, like these balls, for want of a better phrase, purple, but that will be brighter. This will keep the color scheme intense, but bring it down and make it dark. A bit of that spider web I was talking about earlier on. So take your time, build this up over many passes. That's where you're going to get your transitions absolutely silky smooth as well. The creamiest blends. Fucking maniac. I love Scott. I genuinely do. I think he's brilliant. He's one of the best people in the hobby for certain things. But his fucking creamy blends video, that sticks with you, man. I wish it didn't, but it sticks with you. Right, getting ready to start building this up. Now, we want to keep the purple that we do have on show, like I said, very vibrant. with super dark recesses. Imagine like a crushed velvet sort of style of thing, yeah? And so, we're going to add this to our purple, this sunset red, this super, super bright, vivid pink. Biggest butter, just to you what you do with the airbrush. Currently, we are painting the cloak for the Silent King. Now, we did the object source lighting, the blue glow and so on him by hand earlier on today. And so now we do some airbrush work with the cloak, so when he... Just be very careful. When he sits in here, we've got this nice surround to it. That's going to put a good frame around him. Jay, I'm battling a spider in my hobby room who's webbing up my space marines and I can't find a little shit. Yeah, it happens, bro. What PSI do you normally use? I'm learning to use my airbrush and understand that everyone's different PSI they like. So, I am very different to other painters, I think, with this. If you watch someone like Angel, or Angel Giraldez, not Angel Giraldez, you will see him talk about everything at like 1.8 bar or 18 PSI or whatever. And he airbrushes a very low pressure. I'm the other way around. I flip that on the head. I put the compressor up to maximum. Now, the compressor, which is an Iowata Silverjet, will put out an output of around 21, 22 PSI constantly at max power. If you're not spraying air, the tank, which in my case is the hose for the airbrush, is a tankless compressor, is what fills up, and this gets pressurized. And right now, this is sat at about 45 PSI. And the reason I like that is because when I airbrush, I absolutely want accuracy above all else. Anything that fucks with the control that I have over how this paint comes out, Erin, how you doing? Is not okay by me. Absolutely not okay. So I learnt to control the airbrush at this pressure so that when I need to, I can hit a highlight on something and it's just like sniped in. So it's great for everything, and then when you really need to, you just wait, you let the hose fill with air, let it get fully pressurized, and then bam, you hit that spot. So if you need a really tight specular highlight, this is perfect. So now start bringing up some of this purple. We're going to start off here at one of the upper sections of this, because this area is going to get more light than most other areas of the cape. It's higher up, it's on the front side, and look at that beautiful purple we get coming out of here now. This is what we want. It's got a moment, I have an airbrush in my art. I mean, I'm not going to brag about it, but no one's ever complained about my airbrush hose, so. But it's a good solid 6 foot of hose, man. Gotta respect that. Gotta respect that. So still working thin. We've gone quite a lot more flow improver than paint now. But that's because the Vallejo Sunset Red isn't one of their airbrush range. It doesn't exist in their air range from what I can work out. And it's very thick because of that. So we put in an extra bit of flow improver just to help keep that nice and thin. You can see there, that purple, that nice bright purple is what we're aiming for, as long as we still retain these super dark shadows. So let's come in here. We've got this nice crease to our cloak, and we're just going to start introducing that purple to it gently, a little at a time, focusing on the crease itself. Remember, we're going for that kind of crushed velvet, super contrast Very dark in the recesses. Very vivid everywhere else. Look to it. That's what we want. And see, we're also getting that fade going up here because we're allowing more passes down this area and less as we go. I want that fade to go a little bit further. We'll come back. We're holding this at a position where the airbrush is aiming past it essentially at my finger, and we're just introducing the overspray to it and building that up nice and slowly. Just again, what that higher pressure does for you, it gives you a slightly tighter cone of air and paint. Obviously it's rushing out of your airbrush with more force. Much more forward momentum, therefore spreads out less as it goes. Helps you keep these things nice and tight. That's better, that's what we want. Alright, let's work the inside of this area while we're here. So again, spraying past. And just bringing that in with that overspray, not spraying directly at it. This is one of the ways to get those blends super smooth. And come right down that top side. Just tuck in around here. And we're looking to highlight the top area of this facing of the cloak. Going to keep it predominantly to that crease. We'll let it stand out a little bit more. But just around the corner, we'll just hit the top side of that. You'll also notice that we've got less of a highlight in that middle section there. That's because that just folds in the other way. So we've got a little bit there, a little bit of brighter colour working up the outside, but we're hitting this part and this part. So I missed a bit of conversation. So RG Wolf says you're using 30-35 psi because he's using it for more than base coating and priming. Silent Wolf is saying you use it for airbrush effects or zenithals, don't do a lot of base coating with it. If you're using your airbrush to put down a zenithal, why not use it for a base coat as well? Because a zenithal only really works if you've got very, very thin paint over the top of it. And the thinner that paint is, the more it works. So why not do a zenithal and then get your base coat down with the airbrush? Whenever you do any kind of pre-shade or pre-highlight work, the thinner the paint that goes over the top of it, the better. And you get, obviously, some of the thinnest paint coverage that's effective and efficient that you'll ever have with an airbrush, so why not? I use the airbrush a lot because I'm a commissioned painter and I find this much quicker. It also fits my style of painting really well. I love these high contrast effects. Always after that comic book style superhero, supervillain look to my minis. This is why I love the Void Dragon. That could go either way. It could be a hero or a villain. So, and the Silent King, definitely a villain. Definitely a villain. He's one of the ultimate bad guys in the 40k universe, right? I say one of because obviously the ultimate bad guy would be the actual Tyrannid hive mind. Some of the Chaos Gods. Over to you guys. Who do you think the biggest bad guy is in all of 40k? In 30k, it's easy to answer Erebus, because he's a cunt. Everyone knows that. You're saying the Big E. Oh, controversial. Controversial. Big E's not a bad guy. savior of all humanity. Gaz, get out. The one we haven't seen. Oh, I like it. Meandering Shade, thank you for the follow. Lorgar. Lorgar is not even really a bit part in 40k. He's not even in the credits. You know, that's how small his part is right now. Um, 40k is since 3rd edition. The Sleeping Catan, meh. They kind of retconned all of that now. And so I'm not sure that one still exists, but perhaps, who knows. Then good for you. Like, I liked the original Necron lore as well. I don't dislike the new stuff, but I didn't like so much of the Matt Ward stuff in between. Infamous Nerd, thank you for the follow. Matt Ward. So many things to answer for. Such as I, Cato Sicarius. You know. There are so many candidates, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right, there really are. But to you, if you had to point at somebody in the 40k universe and go, he's the biggest bastard, who would it be? So we're making this a personal choice. And why? So not just who it is, but who it is and why it's them. For you, personally. Matt Ward, yeah. Okay. Meandering Shade, hey, it's all good, dude. Twitch does that sometimes. I don't know why, but it's really embarrassing when you haven't seen someone online for ages, and eventually you get the chance to raid them, and then you have to follow them again. So trust me, we're all used to it. Don't worry. What's the question again? Who do you personally think the biggest bastard is in all of 40k? Who's the biggest bad guy? The Commissar made me do it. What a name. What a name. Love it. Fabulous Bill. Okay. Then it's Hive Mind. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was a good one. Dante. Why Dante? Come on, give me reasons. Magnus the Red. Love Magnus. Magnus did one thing wrong. Very, very, very wrong. Extremely wrong. Basically just didn't do what he was told. But it was definitely very, very wrong. Erebus is 100% one of those. A continuing source of inspiration. But Erebus, no spoilers to anyone that hasn't read some of the Heresy books, is not in 40k. I even said, you know, if it's 30k, it's easy, it's Erebus. Because no one likes him. He's an absolute shit. So you read the opening of Master of Mankind? I have. Yeah, I've read Master of Mankind itself. Really good book. Really, really good book. Enjoyed it a lot. Read that about 2 to 3 years ago. I can't remember when it came out, but I think I was behind the times when it came out. No, it must have been less than 3, because I'm pretty sure I read that when I was living here. Ooh, now I can't remember. I might have read it while living here, but it might have been when I was at my old house. I don't know now. I hate it when I down myself like that. Almost like we've lost time. Never good. There we go. So we're hitting all of those little highlights in there as well. Keeping it very, very dark. You can see, super subtle on the purple. It's exactly what we're after. We need Wolfbane moment. I'm loving it. Which one was... Oh, yes. Yes, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah, it's not evil, it's just hangry, right? But in terms of, like, biggest bad guy, the Hive Mind could genuinely be considered one of the biggest bad guys, because apparently some of the things that we have in our universe that are pretty nasty are only here because they're running from the NIDs that we haven't seen. Like the actual strength of the Hive Mind. For me, the NIDs are one of those things that everyone will have to come together to beat, or everyone loses. So I think they're a solid contender for biggest bad guy in 40k. Whilst they're not bad per se, because it's animal instinct, they could be final boss. Final boss. Hive Mind. Probably Lorgar wrote a book that is the basis of the whole Imperial cult thing. Killed him. Yeah, Fish, you bring up another good point. Maybe the NIDs are running away. Could be. Like, if they're running from something, then we're really, really, really in trouble. Alright. So that's that first set of highlights with the Sunset Red. We're going to put another set of those on. I need a load more Flow Improver. Tiny extra drop of that, because it's a lot of power to it. And again, we're glazing these highlights on, keeping every single transition very soft, very subtle. We've got one more highlight to do past this, where we're going to bring it up a level. Blackhawk Tabletop Gaming, thank you for that follow, dude. Welcome. Still think the Highland Rank is the alien for Starship Troopers, the brain-eating one. I hated that bug. It looked gross. Looked so gross. This one's got an instinct. Chaos is a force of nature. Who then is flat out evil? Chaos is not... I wouldn't call Chaos a force of nature, because there are sentient beings there. So I'm not sure I'd go with that one. You could argue that they're all doing what they're kind of meant to do. So Khorne is being ragey, Slash is being pervy, Nurgle is having fun, and Zench is playing like 4D chess with himself. There are lots of this being the end boss, because they keep growing strength, showing they will kill all. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You don't have to unite to fight them if you run to another galaxy and hard reboot the 40k system. Well, I mean, come on. That's a cop-out answer if ever I heard one, Merlin Miniatures. Just going to clean the tip on this a little bit. 40k 2.0. I think you'll find it'll be 41k. Also, you think 2020 was a long year, right? The year 40999. That's been going on for a while. I know. They're into the 40th millennium, and they're well. What would come after millennium? Decinium, I guess, because it's just the 40 to 50s is what we're doing. What if they one day just went, we'd like to announce Warhammer 50,000? Future Warhammer. What if they did that? Right, you can see just how much this is brighter than before. So these need to be kept really, really small. Let me put a little of this on. Need to preserve those shadows. Those shadows and the brush work we'll do after this. Probably not tonight though, by the way. It's 11 already, so we've got about another 10 minutes, 20 minutes left in the stream. I'm just going to thin this with a little bit of water. Paint is ever so slightly speckly. Like I said, this particular paint is very thick. So I'm just going to add some water to our flow improver and the paints in the cup. I think the stock price would go flying again like it has over the last few years. I do too. I don't expect it to with the old world thing. Because there's a load of people that hated whatever they did in the last like old Warhammer version, and that really didn't like Sigmar. And so I imagine that there's going to be a little bit of nostalgia hammer going on, where people are just like, oh, I'm just going to go back because I loved my pick an army. What's the process when you change paints in the airbrush? Well, I didn't change paint at all since the start of this. I normally just blend in the airbrush cup, because to me that's one of the ways you'll get the smoothest transition is by using part of the previous color and blending it all together. And we're all about those smooth transitions. You guys know that now. But if I'm doing a complete colour change, then I'll flush it out with some water. I've got a bottle of water there with a little, it's like a sauce bottle. One of these. Alright. And I'll just give it the airbrush a quick rinse through with that. Get a bit of paper towel, wipe the inside, job done. Don't need to do a full breakdown and clean when you're just changing colour. Not at all. Unless, and this is, even then I wouldn't do it, but if you went from like painting black to painting white. TK Sparrow, thanks for the follow. I refuse to acknowledge Sigmar because I'm old and stubborn. I mean, you do not have the best taste in Space Marines. You do not. So what's going to air setting better than Warhammer? I don't know enough about the lore to say whether I like the setting or not, but I don't really understand the setting. I know there's realms, but if you've all got your own little realm to live in, why is there still war? That's the part I don't get. Oh, Gumballina, that was fucking terrible. That was terrible. So, I don't think you can say that the setting was bland because you lost a model and a unit got overrun. That's not about the setting. That's the rule set. I quite enjoyed the setting. Like, there was a finite amount of space and resource, so it made sense that people were fighting. Now, if they've all got their own realms, why are you still fighting? Cool. That's totally your opinion, man. I played Warhammer Fantasy Battle through what I want to say was 6th edition, Battle for Skull Pass, plus the edition beforehand, and the edition before that. So I think I played 4th, 5th, and 6th. And I really, really enjoyed it. I preferred it to 40k back then. I wasn't around for any of the end time stuff. I was actually out of the hobby for that due to various reasons. Mostly, I had to move house and had nowhere to store anything, so had to leave. Yeah, exactly. They've got their own planets. You're totally right. But I think most of the fun in 40k is that you have. You might have your own planets, but your planet might only produce agricultural stuff. And then you need something else for a different planet. And in between, you've obviously got pirates and so on and so on and so on. But I get what you're saying. I understand the point you're making, mate. But I liked the Warhammer setting. I liked the rules. To me, that was the more tactical game. You had to be aware of everything that could happen. And you had to play, essentially, chess. You had to play 2 turns ahead in your head to ensure that you could win the game. And so I really, really liked that. The cerebral aspect of the game is great. Love that. It's how I play 40k now. And if I'm honest, that's one of the reasons why I am in the rank that I'm in. Is because of playing games like Warhammer from back in the day. Alright, any more? Yes, we've got a little highlight in here today. There we go. Any more? Yep, down here, do a bit more. And not that area. Tops of these could do a little bit more. So yeah, I like the fantasy battle. Will I play Warhammer Old World or whatever it is that they're calling it? Depends on what state 40k is in. Probably not. Age of Sigmar rules kiddo game. Apparently there's a lot of strategy in it. So I'm not going to like send out a massive sweeping statement of, oh, you're just noobs if you play Sigmar, because I don't think that's true at all. But I think 40k, when I came back to the hobby, 40k was definitely the more difficult game to play. That was 7th edition, where the game was very complicated. And I don't mind that. I genuinely actually don't mind that at all. I think that if things are complicated, yes, it's a barrier to entry, and that isn't a good thing. However, Gumballina, these are terrible. However, if you have something that is super complicated, as long as you can play it correctly, so you learn the rules and you know how to play, there's nothing wrong with that. Complication for its own sake is bad, but things being complicated because there are so many rules and overlapping rules and so on, I don't see an issue with that whatsoever. Like I said, it's a barrier to entry, and that's not good for the game as a whole. But hey. Why did they kill Warhammer? As in, like, the old Warhammer? Well, to be honest, it was extremely difficult to get into. So if you wanted... And this is an argument that's come up again recently because they're showing some more Old World stuff. Wait. Get out. If you wanted to play Warhammer, then you had to buy several units of an army. And in 40k, a unit could cost you 25 quid. However, in fantasy, a unit would probably cost you 70 quid. You might need 3 of those. And obviously the argument is you've got more models, so of course it costs more. This is true. You have got more models, therefore it should cost more. You know what? I've decided I'm not going to do that highlight. So it's going to flash this through. Now we're going to get some red out. We're going to do some very dark glazes in the shadows of this. And then we're going to go into Whip Gallery. So we're going to be using a little of this, the deep red Rojo Profundo from Scale. So yeah, you have a massive barrier to entry for old school Warhammer, just from a financial perspective, which you might still have in Sigmar, but that was one of the reasons that Warhammer itself was dying. And again, I wasn't in the hobby at this point, but from what I've heard, 9th edition Warhammer, which was the, what was it, 8th edition was the last one? Whichever one was the last one, basically was terrible because you'd roll for first turn, and then your opponent would cast Purple Sun, and then you'd die. And that'd be it. Doesn't sound like fun. That's one of the reasons why 40k went through a bit of a bad time, where Alpha Strike armies were dominating everything. And that's not good for the game either. And because of the way that 40k is played, that's a bigger problem. Because to deal with that, the issue is you need better and more scenery. So you, the players, have to go out and get more stuff. I play in tournaments in several different countries, and I am definitely a tournament player at heart. That's my favourite thing, is going to tournaments. I prefer that even to painting. I love painting, but give me tournaments to go to and I'm a fucking happy boy. Let's just drop a little water into here. So this is a mix of red and black, and we're going to use this to glaze our shadows so there's a slight difference in colour. Getting the fixes: move, shoot, etc, etc. So you would go for alternating phases or alternating activations. Win Cardo, thanks for the follow. Played many 40k games like that, and with Alpha Strike, with and against Alpha Strike armies, like Middle Earth. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Not sure that that's something that GW would consider doing. But I think that would be a solid fix. I like it. Unhappy Dan, cheers for the follow. I've also never played Middle Earth. No, that's a lie. No, it isn't a lie. I've never played Middle Earth. I played the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game, or whatever it was called. Because when I worked for GW, we had to have an army for every game system, and had to know how to play it, because you had to give intro games and to be talk to everyone about whatever it was that they wanted to play. And if someone was a Lord of the Rings nerd, then I had to talk to them at some point, so I had to know how to play. So of course I had an Army of the Dead, because my god, is that a quick army to paint. I know a lot of people that love the rule set for that, and will tell you it's the best rule set Games Workshop have ever come out with, but I've never ever played it. I think that whilst your solution's good, genuinely, you know, I think that could be a very, very solid way of playing the game, and I will give that a go if I get the opportunity. To even see another person near a gaming table ever again. The requirement of get more scenery is still something that you have in that, because if it's move and somebody's moved and then your opponent's got nowhere to hide, doesn't matter if they've got a movement phase or not. And I think that's one of the reasons why people would like to see alternating activations or the apocalypse style of play. I think both are good, but if you've got more scenery, I think it also makes for a more interesting game as well. My gaming table upstairs is absolutely jammed full of scenery. In fact, I think we had maybe too much scenery for the last game I played with my Crons versus Nick's Dark Angels, because we took hours just getting some of the combats done, because the pile-ins were very tricky to do around the scenery that we had. But I think having too much scenery is a better problem than having too little. So, just like playing the models, get any words of wisdom for newcomers? Yeah, enjoy it. I'm insanely jealous of everyone that comes into the hobby, because I've been playing toy soldier games for over 20 years, off and on, and I love what I do. This is now my job, painting miniatures, and I couldn't be happier about that. I really, really couldn't be happier about that. But when you're brand new, everything is new, everything is fresh, everything is a surprise. And my God, that's the best time you'll have in the hobby. Like, you'll really enjoy getting to the gaming side of things, and the painting side of things, the conversion side of things, and all of that sort of stuff. You've got all that to come. But when everything is new, everything is exciting and shiny and great, that is the absolute best thing. So I'm always jealous of new people coming into the hobby. Other than that, don't stress. So enjoy it and don't stress, especially new painters. And we get it a lot in the chat. It's like, I don't want to paint this because I'm no good and I'll fuck it up. Okay, fine. And what happens if you fuck it up? Well, I'll ruin my model. But will you? Will you really? Is it ruined? Or is it just, I'll paint over it? Or if it's really, really bad, then I'll strip it and I'll paint it again. You know. So don't be afraid. A lot of people get that kind of analysis paralysis thing as well, and fear of destroying something. It's not peace in the Middle East. You're not trying to solve world hunger. You're just painting a toy soldier. So just paint. My first miniature was fucking terrible. It was a Blood Angel that this was one of the really, really old ones that was lead with plastic arms. That was a long, long time ago. There's probably a few people in the chat that remember those kind of marine kits. And it looked like it had been the victim of domestic abuse. Honestly, it was beat up, massive black eyes, and oh, it was terrible, absolutely terrible. And with some perseverance and some thought, in an era where nobody wanted to tell you how to paint because everyone was jealously guarding their secrets so their minis could look better than everybody else's, I spent a long time teaching myself how to paint. And that's why we have the stream. It's because I can teach people how to paint and how not to make the mistakes that I made and avoid 20 years of bad road to get to good looking miniatures now. The internet is a phenomenal resource. There are some questionable painting guides out there, but they're enthusiastic. There are some really good painting guides out there. There are some people whose work you'll look at and you'll just die a little on the inside because you know you will never achieve what they have done. And that's totally fine. It really is. Don't try and be the next Angel Heraldez or the next Sergio or the next Roman Laplace or Mark Masclans, or you could throw a billion different names in there. You really could. Don't try and be the next one of any of those. Just be the first you. Find your way, find your path to paint the miniatures how you want to paint them. And just keep tweaking that until you get to the point where you're really, really happy with your style. My style is nothing like the Heavy Metal Team style, for instance. And it's nothing like most painters' style. Because my style, I want something that looks like it would fit well in a comic book. I want someone like John Romita to have sat there and come up with things that look like my way of painting. And that's what I'm always after. I don't care what another painter's doing, because I've gotten past the point of trying to emulate stuff. I will still, borrow ideas from people and try it out, because I might like part of it. An element of what they're doing may come into my way. But don't stress about it. And certainly if your minis look nothing like the box art and that was what you were trying to do and it still doesn't work, it's alright. Because if painting was super easy, then there wouldn't be any of these channels like mine. There wouldn't be Warhammer TV giving you painting guides from Peachy and the other guys there. I think they said Duncan. That was the wrong one. Painting to an unreasonably high standard is hard, and it should be hard, because it should also be rewarding when you get there. And if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be rewarding. So don't stress, chill out, come here, have fun. We do a work in progress gallery, which we're about to do now. So exclamation point whip or exclamation point Discord. Put some minis in there. 3 photos or less, ideally, so we can make sure everyone has the chance. So this will go sort of there. And that little bit of red that we've put in there, it's changed that purple. Just subtly. Not a lot. Our recesses are still dark. We're going to be darkening those down just a touch using some brushed on washes to just get into some of these real tight creases and just taking them a little bit darker. Oh, mate, there is the tiniest amount of paint on this thing. Remember, every single one of these coats are super thin. The glazes that I was doing on this guy earlier on are probably only just thinner than some of the airbrush paint that we've been painting on, because I've been glazing the airbrush paint on. So you use a lot less this way than you will brushing it on, because it's thinner. And the multiple passes is what gives us some of this effect. But this is by no means thick paint at all. Behave. So yeah, that's Sarek. So putting him down. We're going to go into the whip gallery. Let's have a quick chat about other things that are going on this month. That's one of the downsides to airbrushing, is if you're in the gloves, you get that lovely sweaty hand. So this month we are doing our series on the Void Dragon across Patreon and YouTube. First episode is up on Patreon, which was how to paint the flesh tones and the corrupted digital look to him. On YouTube, though, we've done how to paint the Blackstone and the blades with a cheeky how to paint bone style Necrons as well. That's in there in the same tutorial. So how to paint blades like this, one of the quickest ways of painting power weapons that you'll ever have. How to paint Blackstone, nice and simply. So the next episode of this guy is going to be all about how to paint gold. That will be over on Patreon. And the week after, we're probably going to do a lesson on how to paint white, which will be on YouTube, using a Ravenwing Apothecary. We're converting up to be a Primaris version of that. What else is going on this month? We haven't announced any giveaway stuff yet, so that will wait. But at the end of the month, we will, of course, be giving away £50. Oh shit! It's my birthday this month. And on my birthday, we're going to paint a mini, so we'll stream for a bit longer that day. We're going to paint a mini. I have no idea what we're going to paint yet, but we'll paint something and we'll give it away. No meeps, no subscription needed, none of that. Just be here on a time. I'll paint something and it's yours. I don't know what we're going to paint yet though. It might be something from here. I mean, it won't be something like Araman, because I couldn't paint that in about 8 hours. Not a chance. But something from there, or something from here, might even finish off that Noise Marine that I started fuck knows how long ago. So, might have that. Airbrushes and washes only on an organic or armoured model. That's not really much of a challenge. That's easy enough, to be honest, dude. But again, we've got precision with that airbrush, so yeah, we could maybe do that. That'd be fun. We'll see. something with a mohawk could definitely be that noise marine then, bro. Maybe we finish that off. Right, let's go over to Discord and look in the whip. See what you guys have put in there. So exclamation point whip or exclamation point Discord. Head on over. Viking has been doing some marble. He followed the how to paint marble tutorial over on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. Where I will show you how to paint two-tone marble. Now, this is what he started with. This is some sort of scenery. I don't know where this is from. No cake. No, I'm fat enough. This is some Sigmar scenery is all I've got. Because I recognise the comet things. But, there you go. There you go. That's some marble. Nice work, bro. Nice work. That will look much better when the edges are all nice and crisp. You could do some more on that non-metallic metal granite. I could, but I'm not going to get that finished. So, looks really, really good, dude. 10 out of 10. So, go to YouTube. We've got that as a tutorial. How to paint marble. Fast as well. Liang, how you doing, bro? Crown Blade. Next up, the highlights on the armor look better in person. Crap lighting. Okay. Yes, they look almost not there with this, actually, unfortunately. I can see them just about when we zoom in. I like the armor. You could probably do with a bit more shadow for some of it, though. It looks very much one color throughout. So, because you've got some of the larger, flatter panels on there, especially like the finger protectors for his gloves, maybe just glaze in a darker purple / black with that. And it's probably still just the lighting, but the red cloak could do with being a little darker in places as well. So rather than doing recess shades, you're looking at doing essentially volumetric shading. So take the shape that it is and just glaze in some darker areas to help enhance the overall shape. Biggest Butter X, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But overall, I like what you do. The skin tone is weird. It's very pale. And I like that. It works well against the purple, works well against the red. Yeah, good. Might try black marble bases. Why not? Why not? Tilt doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be painting a marble knight army, so. Timmy Spruce, yes, I know it's a bit thick getting colour down. Still not 100% sure about the brown trim on the shoulders. I think Jay-Z said it best. Got to get that dirt off your shoulder. I don't know how many people have just surprised with the Jay-Z reference either. I don't like it. The brown part. The rest of it is good. Yes, the paint is a bit... You know that. Your colour palette is quite wide. You've got bright green, you've got gold, you've got red, you've got this bluey purple grey colour. Then you've got silver, you've got rust, and these are all kind of fighting for attention. I think it's slightly too busy, and I don't know what I'd take away. Maybe that brown is going to be enough. Have you got one before? What's the other shot that you've got? Oh, cute! Okay. See, on there, it does look pretty good. I think there, the thing that sells it is how dark the underside of the weapon is, though. Which you don't have here. So I think maybe if you darken down your reds considerably, it would fit together a little bit more. Also, I appreciate there's a big difference between a test mini and a rendered construct from a video game. You know, that's obvious. Your green glow on the chest obviously needs some work, but again, it's a test mini. I would probably lose the brown trim though. Not sold on that. The rest of it, maybe if you darken down the red a bit to match this. Look at how much shadow is underneath that gun. Yeah, I think that works. Get some glazes, darken those down. Marble Knight's been there, done that, mate. Marble Knight's is easy. AOG Chain got it for Xmas. Been working on the red today. Nice. That looks horrifying. It's like a steampunk style Plague Doctor. Looks cool. Looks cool. Where's it from? Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. Have fun with the lenses on that as well. That's gonna be. By the way, folks, you'll have me rolling to being 1 year older. Oh, dude! Happy birthday to Melchete! Congrats, dude. Thank you for sharing it with us. Get some hype in the stream. I think it's Artisan Guild 3D print. Nice. It's cool, dude. Right, Admiral Rants. Almost finished. Really pleased with it so far. So I'm going to go out on a limb, Fish, and say probably somewhere in the region of 33. Exactly, for that reason too. Yeah. There's another pic posted below with better lighting. Okay, sweet. Looking forward to it. This is great. This is great. I like how dark some of that green is. You know, you've got that contrast. You've got the shadows around the belly, under the arms, and so on. Some of that I know will be the lighting, but overall I think this is really good. Cool. Yeah, it's definitely a giveaway. Yeah, thought so. I love it, bro. What are you going to do with the base? Obviously, that's going to help set the overall tone and theme of the model. So what's your plan for that? You can do loads. I really like Typhus. He was one of my favourite Miis I painted the year I painted him. Gonna be swampy. Awesome. Awesome. Are you gonna do the smoke on the back? The plague, what's it called? Plague hive? Something hive? Destroyer hive, that's it. Fish one, does that make you 20 this year or 120? Yeah, brilliant. Nice, dude. That's one of my favourite parts of the mini. The hobby room. Hey, you're back! Welcome back. We're just onto your area of the whip. 24 hours to paint this big boy. Nice work. There's Johan running away. I think I would too. Does anyone else think that this guy looks a little bit like Nick Frost? Anyone else getting that vibe? Don't know why, but that's where I see this guy as. Nice work. Good skin tones. So we got a lot of brushwork down on this guy. "24 hours, not bad. Not bad at all. That's a solid bit of work for a day. On stream as well, because that's the other thing, right? Not only is it only done in 24 hours, it's done 24 hours on stream, and stream time is not the same as real time. On stream, you've got other things that you're doing, and you're having to do that as well as do your painting, get it all in focus, all that jazz. Having the Doom wheel set off too, had the lights turned off and all sorts. Oh, F that. Absolutely not. Couldn't deal with the lights being turned off while trying to paint. That's a solid note from me. So great job. Great job. Yeah, nice work. Also, black base rim. Correct. Gummer. More work on the sisters plus started another 5. Nice. Is this still the same 5? Trying to work out what's different from last time. What have you done that's different? Was the power sword done this time? I don't know. These are still some of my favourite sisters. Honestly, yours and Crown Blades. They're beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Both very unique colour schemes. And I love the sort of orangey metallic you've got on there, almost rust-ish, and that really nice bright green. It's beautiful, man. Then the hair, faces, and the red prayer beads. Power sword as well. Ha! I knew the power sword. I knew it. Looks great, dude. Looks great. One of my favourite things, if you look at the legs, like the one with the bolter on the front right, it's those shadows. It gives you that sense of drama, and that's the absolute best thing for me. You get that feeling of this is something that's in a scene rather than just something that's sat there. And I love that. That's my absolute favourite thing about how you've done these guys. The shadows is what makes everything come together. Love it. Have I ever worked with crackle paint? Yeah, I have. If I'm honest, I only use it for basing. I know a lot of people use it for stuff that isn't basing. And Mikey's done his Sandstone Necrons. Obviously, Midwinter did his as well. And a lot of people have done that. And if you like that sort of thing, great. It's not for me. That's all. So. Blood Rain asked, how you doing? Just caught us at the ending-ish of our stream. We go through the hobby whip. Nice to see you doing more though, mate. You know, get on that production line with them. It's nice to do it like that instead of box highlights. Yeah. I am not a fan of the heavy metal style of painting. To me, it doesn't look right. Highlights don't work like that. I use edge highlights quite a lot because I like that nice crisp edge on something. Because again, my style is much more like comic book style of things. But I don't like boxes around stuff. Not my bag. Not my bag. So sorry, this was a medium dry white. These are very cool. This is the new Warcry stuff, right? Love that little bit of OSL you've got going on there. Yeah, really, really nice work on those flames. So the best thing about that is, obviously it's going up the arm, as you can see. But you've also paid attention to the other areas that light would hit. The belt, the like knee armor, the spiky knee bits. You can see a little bit of it on the cape. Really, really great job. I love the tall lass. I think you could get a little bit of a better blend on the faceplate there, but that might just be the way the camera's taken the shot. These are really good though, dude. Really, really good. And I'd be super, super picky and say you could probably go with another coat of paint on those base rims. And that's a real shitter thing to say, I appreciate it. But anyone that's been here for a while knows base rims must be black, and it must be absolutely dead perfect black. Really good job, man. Yeah, impressed. Really impressed. Let's got a goblin green over black. Fish, get out. you're banned. Let's check out this dude with his cosmic yo-yo. I guess. Is that fire? Is it a fire fist or something? Can I join Discord and watch share progress on first meet? Absolutely, dude. Exclamation point whip or exclamation point Discord. Put in up to 3 photos. Cheers, Viking. Nice blends on that bit of cloak as well. All done by hand, as you can see. Looks good, dude. Looks real good. You can see a couple of brush strokes here and there. If you ever get that and you think it's a little bit too much, and it's fine on this, it provides texture, so that's not an issue. Just glaze the difference between the two shades together, and you'll smooth all that out. It's super easy. I like it though, mate. Good skin tone on the elves as well. It looks cold. It's nice. A lot of thought gone into this, clearly. Markomania. Here's Astaroth. Right, so we've done a lot of work to this guy's axe. We saw this guy on the last stream, and all of that axe was super, super pale. Very, very pastel. No real power behind it. Now come in, darkened it up with some of these lines. Now you've got some pretty significant step changes. So you can see you've got solid blue, and then a mid-tone blue, and then a light blue, and then a very light blue. If you want to smooth those out, it is, unfortunately, just glazing. And potentially hours of it. For me to paint a regular power sword with both sides of the blade, so going from dark to light there, and then dark to light there, so you go in reverse on both sides of the blade the other way, takes me about an hour and a half. And you spend a lot of time with a hairdryer on. Dry and glaze, brush, dry, and so on and so on and so on. So it takes half a forever. But you will get something that's very smooth throughout. And that's one progression. You've got light to dark, to light to dark, to light to dark. You've got way more work to do than that. So if you want to smooth it out, get in there for the long haul. It will take some time. It'll be worth it. There's one of those swords. That was done by hand. No airbrush on that. So, could do that. But what you've done, I think, is already better than the super pastel version that you had before. I really like it. There's some extra finesse that you could do with it. But otherwise, loving it, dude. Let's check out the other pic you put in. There he is from the front. This is the darkened down elbow pads as well. So that was the bit of feedback we gave, is that all of his armor is essentially one color. And you had 2 different kinds of material there. You had the carven flesh version of the armor, they stripped muscle striations. And then the elbow pads are exactly the same color, and they blended in a little bit too much. You've darkened those down, they definitely stand out as their own piece of armor now, rather than blending all the way in with the rest of it. I really like it. You could follow that through and do it on the flat armor plates on the legs if you wanted, but you could leave those the way they are now, because all of that still makes sense. That would essentially be the little bits of like intercostal fat and so on that you get on a skeleton. Electric Yeti, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. So good work, dude. Good work. Taking the feedback we gave yesterday and already rolled with it. Well done. Exploding Fruit. Got some Leviathan action going on. Oh yeah. We are battering the hell out of that by the looks of it. Yeah, that guy's definitely seen some better days. Looking tight. I love Leviathans. These are one of my absolute favourite things in all of 40k. I just like Dreadnoughts. Giant stampy robots. Kicking the kind of stuff. Love it. This is the Leviathan Dreadnought. It's Forge World Mini, not a Games Workshop Mini per se. We've done a couple. Down here you'll see a Death Guard 1, an Alpha Legion 1, and a Dark Angels 1 in times. Oh, the Flayed Dude is Astaroth the Grim. And I've been told that that is the metal version of him, so that's very old. There's a Leviathan just there. Rather than the resin version, which is the fine crap, which, please don't buy fine cast. Vote with your wallet, don't buy fine cast. Get all of that thrown on a big heaping funeral pile of hopefully very downwind from me resin shite. And let's have brand new plastic versions. Just quickly paint those blaring bits dark red, looks much better. Cool. Good stuff, mate. Right, Admiral Ants, here's a better pick. First one was a bit shaky. Oh, yes. Yes. That is a better pick, you're right. Very well lit. Loving that. Very cool, man. Very, very cool. You could go brighter with the bone. And on the knees as well. And not worry about it being too much out of character. Because everything's quite dark. 2D Spruce, peace out, brother. Thanks for sticking around tonight. Really appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Yeah, you could definitely go brighter with the bone areas. Because they just pop out from the model a little bit. And because they're not just on one spot, you'll have a bit of a path going around the miniature. So the obvious focal point is the tip of that scythe where he's holding it up. The viewer's eye would then path down the body to the horn, which because it's vertical, pretty much, will help draw the eye again down towards your nurgling, towards the horns on his boots, and so on, which helps you bring that path all the way down to the base. So the people you show this miniature to are going to get all of that when they look at it. Gumballina, take care, bro. I think you've done a great job on this, man. Really, really well done. Keep it up. Quid, been working on a colour scheme for my night during the stream. Got most of the base coats down. Need recommendations for weapon colours. They're going to suggest hazard stripes. Yep. Going to heavily weather the lights similar to my Death Guard. Okay. Hazard stripes would not be a good idea. Because you've already got lots of, I'm assuming, half paneling on the shoulders as well, perhaps. We just see the front panel. I don't know if there's black one side and white the other like there is on everything else. If there is, I hope not, because it would be the wrong way round. Shoulders are all black. Phew. Cool. I would go with reds, honestly. I'd do the trim gold, because there's trim all around the chainsword and so on. But I would go with reds, because you've got a miniature that's obviously monochrome, basically. You know, black, white with a few bits of other stuff. And you want something that's got some pop to it. And red is one of the best colours for that. Dark red up to bright red. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, man. So work in... along the bottom side of that blade, your dark red, blend that up towards a nice bright red, hit some crisp edge highlights on that with some bright red, and then bam, you are away. You could do the same on the melter arm as well. There's a lot of areas there that could be casing, which could be painted red. I think the only thing that would be at odds with that is how are you planning on doing the face and so on. If you did red eyes, that would work. But if you had other plans for that, then maybe not. But gut feel, red would work. Just go with red eyes. There you go, bro. There you go. It's almost like we saw into the future, the grim dark part of the future, and pulled that paint scheme out. Played this game before. I like it, mate. Really do. Plenty of work there. White is going to be, you know, you've got a lot of that to do. Got to get all them shades. It's going to look tight, though. Exploding fruit. Yes! Yes, absolutely. You have to do this. So my Death Guard Leviathan, I used exactly the same kind of thing. I think the horn on his head was a bit more vertical. Which meant I had to glue it in and paint it while it was in, which made my life very difficult when I decided to paint the faceplate of it bone. And my god, oh, I regretted that decision. That took so much longer to paint than it should have done, but it's exactly the right thing to do. I love this little touch to it. 10 out of 10, man. Snake Plissken. Working on Gaz this evening. Awesome, bro. Awesome. I love that dark metallic that you've got on the claws. That's great. Nice reds. Real nice all over, to be honest, dude. Really good work. My Pro Acrylic paint didn't turn up yesterday. Why is it? If you order something from Amazon, they will get that shit to you next day. If you order something that's shipped with Amazon logistics, they will get that shit to you. Probably. I love it it's on a square base, by the way. Speaking of bases, though, look at this. Nice. Nice. Loads you can do on here, though, mate. I can tell there's, work has started. Work is by no means even close to finished. Plenty going on, man. The most important thing about this, everyone, is all of the stuff that's on that base has been made to look like it belongs there. It's not just, here's the plastic stuff that we sculpted, glued to a base, done. Take all of... Have you checked behind a bit? Yes, I have, twice. Because they don't knock. The normal Amazon man knocks. Amazon logistics man throws it on your porch. He goes, "You must know your package is here telepathically. I am now going to fuck off. Peace." We checked in the bin as well. My housemate had an order of clothes. Fucking my Hermes. Dropped an order of clothes. They decided the only place they'd put it, rather than in the garage, which is the logical place, was in the recycling bin. When it was about 28 degrees outside. There's that Leviathan. See? Helmet spike. Gotta do it. And of course he had to wash his clothes twice before he got the smell of the bin out of them. How rank is that? Here's my new clothes. They've lived in a bin for a day. But yes, love this, mate. Well done. Looking forward to seeing Gaz with more progress on. Saragon, besides I was going to paint up my Space Marines with oils. Totally fucked it up, because I have no idea how oils work at all. So back to base exercises. Something totally new, so nowhere to go but up. Okay. So it took me a second working out portrait. Painting a thing. That's a really, really good exercise, by the way. Yeah. I like what you're doing. I'd love to see a Space Marine. I know everyone is going through a phase right now where they are... I don't have any apples. Brilliant. Brilliant. What about an orange? Got a banana? Everyone seems to be going through a phase where they've gone, oh, oil paints are really, really good for painting miniatures, and so I'm going to paint my insert 28mm miniature here because oils are easy for blending with, and I love it. Oils have a time and a place, and I don't think that this is the right place. I would never consider painting a Space Marine with oil paints, or even this dude. Our slightly larger scale Minotaur guy. Oils blend really, really well because you have this amazing working time of literally a day with a lot of these oils. After a day, it'll be tough to work with, but you can go for ages with them before they start getting to a point where they are dried to a point where you'll need to add spirits to reinvigorate your paint. Silver Castle Studios, how you doing? Mishap damage. Don't. I cannot think about that. Well, put it this way. In the last 2 weeks, I have spent probably £115 on paint. On paint. That's all. It's not... I don't want to think about it in the realms of this. So, Saragon, that's horrendous, and I'm now worried about you. Don't do that. It's less than a motorcycle. Okay. Made out of solid gold. I have a platinum motorbike. It is ever so slightly more valuable than my plastic crack addiction. You know. Yeah, oils on minis, they're great for bigger things. I think rather than going down the oils route, just from a developmental perspective, I would rather people took acrylics and learn how to glaze, because that as a skill will take you further than I blended some oil paints. And you'll actually get a better effect using the glazes, I think, as well. I use oil washes a lot. Love oil washes. But just painting with oils is not something I would suggest. Scarecrow, second 5 done. 10 choppy boys. Love it, dude. Love it. Finally getting through these incubi. Get some proper tidy base rims on those. How dare you come here with this untidy base rim. You can't put a price on happiness. You can by the hour, you know. Good job, dude. Good job. I love this green. Such a banging green. Maybe try and get another real tight edge highlight on some of those blades to really emphasize the edges. Scale 75 speed metal is epic for stuff like this. It's a super, super, super bright silver. It's almost metallic white. They could just do something along the edge to just give it that little tiny ping. Other than that, mate, I really like it. Really like it. Don't forget, book in your next lesson as well. Urventry, or Scarecrow, one of my students. Mishap damage, I've just seen that picture. That looks amazing. 5 to go. There they are in the background. Can you only have them in units of 5 now? Can you glaze with something like Lead Belcher from GW? No. No. You can glaze with metallic paints. You can't glaze with any of them from Games Workshop very well. It can be done, but their metallic fleck is larger than other companies' metallic fleck. So when you add more water to that solution, you start to break that down a little bit, and you'll either end up with a little bit of paint that's kind of clumpy but isn't really, or you'll end up with the pigment and the medium and some water and none of the metallic. Whereas if you take some from Scale, to an extent P3, but I've never tried it with theirs, so I couldn't tell you if that would work or not. Vallejo, especially their Model Air metallic stuff, that glazes really, really well. But the Scale stuff we've glazed on a lot of the custodes that we did. For the Telemon's leg plate, wanted to just finish off some highlights there, and because it was such a large surface, didn't want to edge highlight with volumetric highlights, glazed in a mixture of Scale Dwarven Gold and Vallejo Model Air metallic silver. And that works really, really well. You still get that metallic sheen to it. You might need to just do one extra coat than normal to help keep that metallic shine, but otherwise it works really, really well. Des, stop putting numbers like that in the chat. Absolutely not. I don't need to see that. Okay, mishap damage, fix her skin. Look at this. That's fantastic. So did you go back in with the airbrush for it? Because last time we saw this, you had just put it in and you were upset that the skin tone had just been essentially killed with the airbrush. And I think my suggestion was to go in and just create some shadows with it. So what did you do? Because this is spectacular. Everyone should follow Mishap Damage on Instagram. Her work is absolutely cracking. I love that little frog. I use brush, need to work my airbrush skills. Fair enough. Fair enough. Absolutely brilliant, though. Very natural highlights on that skin. Love the eyes. The green on her shoulder is much brighter than the green elsewhere. Is that intentional? Let me look at the other pictures, see if we got... to be honest, I think it was just that picture, to be honest, love. Like here, everything makes a lot more sense. It's just there, it just looks very yellow-green in comparison to the rest. But here, it looks absolutely fine. It's just a photo. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Very precise lines on those horns on the head as well. It's just... You could maybe have gone with a bit more texture on the backpack. If we just nip across here a little. And the teddy bear. But other than that... Actually, you can only see it because I've zoomed in this far on a picture that's already slightly zoomed in. The blue-grey of the head just comes down onto the shirt, so you probably just want to nip in there with a darker line and take that away. But you only see that when we've taken a mini that's like this big and made it this big. So don't worry about that. But bloody lovely as always. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes. So full of expression. Phenomenal work. Always phenomenal work, but just wow. Melchete, it's not much, but here's tonight's progress. This is the mirror, which is at one point one of the most annoying things that I've ever seen on a table. Because you couldn't fall back from combat with it. You say not much progress, mate, but I see some smooth base coats there. So that's one of the most important parts. Don't undersell it. I also see the whip gallery in the background. Also important. Our Sugar, 135 scale face work. Still trying to work out what further to do on the mouth, though. Let's see, 135 is pretty small, so that's a crazy amount of detail. I think it's just too dark. So painting teeth would be wrong. Though you could go for a little line of teeth on the lower part. Essentially just put in an off-white. Don't use white, it will be too bright. Maybe go with a light bone or an extremely pale pastel yellow. Yes, we're looking at like teeth covered in plaque at that point, but you know, because at the moment he looks like that toothless wonder that's sat in the corner of a pub, mumbling into a pint of cider. Nalindy! How are you doing, darling? Let's get a shout out for this lady. The Nell Raid is here. Bug King, Lucia, Texas Wargamer, Commissar Ludfang. I nearly read that wrong. Welcome to the stream. Amberden, Kempster K. What up? Commissar Ludfang, thank you for the follow. We're just doing the work in progress gallery, so sort of wrapping up the stream. Going through it in a fair bit of detail today, actually. So, can we shout out the Bug King? Yes, we can. One of my mods, they are. Des is there. He'll give you a shout out. Give both these guys a follow. I will, in fact, go and give the Bug King a follow myself because I don't think I follow you. Bug King. Boom. There you go. Now we follow you. What did you guys work on this evening? What did you do? What were you painting? Kit. The Kitsune Adventures. Brilliant. I'm assuming that's still inks. How's it going? Right. Looking good though, bro. Looking real good. If you want to show off what you've been working on, the Lindy, exclamation point Discord or exclamation point whip, and you can come and show us. Crazy Ant still working on his custodes. You've worked on the axes, haven't you? Because the last time I saw these were super, super pastel, and they're just bright at the edge. This direct toss up between Mohawk and Nell, but I saw a charity stream. Absolutely. Nice. Mass Approach's been in the works for over a year. Quality. Quality. You saw Terminators, these are different models. Ah, okay. The blades don't look as bright though. I think it's just less of that final highlight. But now you're definitely, you see them, but it's not the only thing you focus on. So, been looking since you went live. Your Silent King is looking amazing. Shout out to newcomers. We will do. Okay. So today we did some object source lighting, or OSL, which how the crazy kids call it, on the Silent Kings. We did the eyes, the chest, and these two little energy hips he's got here, I guess. Angry Miniature Warthog! All of the cool kids coming in. It's because we're so late. Normally by now everyone's gone to bed and they finished streaming. We're still whipping it out. So, you know, gonna be a late one. How you doing, bro? Let's get a follow for this man as well. How is your stream? We're just doing the work in progress gallery, but Nalindy asked me to show off a Silent King that we've been working on this evening, and so here he is. This is part of a commission. We're doing both the Silent King, the Void Dragon, and a conversion of Anrakir the Traveller. So this is taken from the Necron Indomitus mini and a few bits of reposing done, taking a look at Anrakir. But the Void Dragon, one of my favourite minis ever, certainly what I voted for in Games Workshop's best mini of 2020. This guy right here, we have a guide on how to do the skin and the corrupted look to him over on Patreon. Exclamation point Patreon if you're interested in that. And then for the Blackstone, it's obviously quite a big part of this mini, and of course the Blackstone of Silent King, and all of the other Silent King parts that we've got Blackstone on. If you want to see how we do Blackstone, then exclamation point YouTube for the Blackstone and Blades tutorial that's just gone up on there on Friday. That went up on New Year's Day. And in that tutorial, there's a sneaky guide on how to paint bone-style Necrons as well. So that's kind of a 3-in-1 video tutorial. Really, really good one. That's for free over on YouTube. Like I said, if you want to see this, go see it over on Patreon. That's enough about my whip. We're here to look at other people's whips now. So, exclamation point whip. Head over to Discord, where you can get your stuff on stream. Sender Yost, thank you for the follow. Axes are even more bright on these. The photo of Tim is just off. Cool. That makes perfect sense then, bro. But I like them. I really like these now. So keep it up. RGE Wolf working on the Judicia for Space Wolves. Nice. I really like this mini. I do. I actually am in the obvious minority that like the I'm a dandy highwayman that they're too scared to mention style hat that he has. I don't mind it at all. I really don't. But this guy, obviously, that Reaver helmet, he's looking like a psycho. Love the cloak. That's pretty banging. The hourglass is a fun one. Enjoy painting that. I did it quite quickly with an airbrush. A couple of really clutch highlights and a couple of very, very key shadows put in there. But it's a fun part of the mini to paint. Enjoy it. Young Gandalf. We've got some of Mortarion going on. Love those wings. Really like those wings. Nice and bright. Took a break from the table to do Morty. No idea what to do with the base or little flying noglings though. For me, the best base is contrast against the mini. So your mini is very cold overall. You've got that kind of blue-grey, a little bit pastel. Not so much washed out, but it's not a colour with a lot of like pop and pizzazz to it. So going with what you've done, the red works, but I think you need to double down on that and go red. So this is that Martian crust that Games Workshop sell, right? If you've got access to an airbrush, just sort of get in there and just darken down some of the recesses. If you haven't, what I really suggest everyone does with their base is take a dry brush and throw it away, because you don't need to use that at all. I have dry brushed 3 times last year, and I painted 460 something minis. 3 times I dry brushed. That was it. For your bases, pick up some of these from Rival Crafts. These are MIG pigments. It's track rust. It's a nice reddish brown. And basically, the way to use these is to stipple them on your base, and you start getting a load of texture. And then you get a load of really natural looking ground. And I much prefer that. So look at any of the bases you see down here. That one, all basically painted using dry pigments. Definitely the way to go. Exclamation point Rival for a link for that. And I think you can get money off on the pigments in some of Sarah's sales. There you go, another base. All pigment. That will help you get a nice contrast, not just in hue and colour, but also in the way it looks. So the texture, the appearance of it will change. So yes, you can use Pigment Fixer or Airbrush to set them in place. However, I don't. There's no need to. I have not set any pigments in place on anything, and that includes my Imperial Knights, some of which are buried at the back of the cabinet at the moment, that have weathering pigments stippled onto flat armor panels that have been transported to different continents and played in tournaments, and it's still on there. You don't need to fix pigments at all. If they're coming off, it's because somebody is attacking them. Don't. Tell them not to. Elbow them in the face if you have to. Really make your point. I don't care. That's between you and your god. You don't need to fix your pigments. And if you do, it changes the way they look. I prefer them to be dry because I love the way they look like that. Yes, I've got some of the Plicket Rock patterns. I had them some time ago, actually. Sarah and I work quite closely together. I'm not overly sold on them. I'm going to try them again. We've given them a go once, and they didn't wow me. Certainly, I've got MIG powders, Vallejo powders, Cromlech powders, some other brand that I can't remember the name of. I use a lot of those, and I'm definitely currently more wowed by those than I was the others. We're going to give them another try. Going to give them a solid review. But currently, I can't back them. Steiner, doing well, dude. How are you? We're just whipping it out with the community over here. We're doing a long whip. We're nearly an hour into the whip. I ain't even mad. We've got some great stuff here. So, it should be used for pigment powders. They're good for building volume in place of the pigments. Yeah, I can see that. They're a bit granular, is my only issue. They're not very fine. Certainly the one that I tried wasn't what I was expecting. So, we'll see. We'll see. But love those wings, mate. There you go. Look at that. Nice set of colours. Green, blue, yellow, all in there. Bang it. But give that a go on the base, using those pigments. RG Wolf, also working on Blade Guard, just have base colours on the Marine, been working on the Shield. So, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's been 3D printed. And that limb I'm feeling is a pretty thick limb, because I'm confident I can see a lot of lines in there, like all the layers. Which is a shame, because if that was smooth and flat, this would look fucking amazing. I love these kind of shields. I'd love to have an Imperial Fist army with them, all the breaches shield and the bolters, like phalanx stuff. Oh, yes, love all that. I really like it. I do. It's just that detracts from it for me. I wonder if there's any way you could almost make it a feature so it's not at odds with the finish of the Marine. But I prefer that to the regular Honor Guard shield. By far. Solid work. Solid work. I love the bits that you've done to it, put it that way. Chad Lander. And also, Cuz12345, thank you for the follow. This one's my very first mini. This isn't bad, dude. All the colours are in the right places. You've got a wash on there that hasn't coffee stained anywhere. Butt shot. Need to do the base still. Yes, you do. Yeah. Mate, first mini. This is good. I see you've already given yourself the golden thumbs up trophy in the background there, which you should definitely have. Don't spill pigments on an Afghan rag. Just saying, my wife is not happy. Shit. Yes. Definitely don't do that, because you can't really wash them out. Because then you don't have pigment on the rug, you have paint on the rug. Can you beat it out? And, put it on the washing line and you know, tell your wife to pretend that it's you that she's hitting the hell out of. That's rough. That's oh. Ooh. Mate, I think at that point you might have to just brave Afghan to go and get another rug. That's all. Right, good work on your first mini. Niveus, we've got a very, very nicely covered up, because obviously you've got this fascination with topless Eldar. Love that purple. Really, really like that purple. Brilliant. Well done, Des. The hair is great. I love the bright colours you've got on this. Obviously, again, we've got another miniature that's essentially monochrome, which black and white. Those two splashes of colour lift the whole thing up. Really, really good. Top work. Right, Strata. So these are their own design. Strata Miniatures, especially put Strata in the chat, have a line of differently abled 3D printable miniatures. And they're all different D&D characters. I was telling my missus about these because she works with differently abled adults for various versions of being differently abled. And she absolutely loves the idea of them. They're great. Brilliant paint job as well. That's that one in the mage, I guess. Unfortunately, we can't quite see the berserker, the other side, on the zoomed in pic. But brilliant, brilliant work. 10 points, mate. Proper bit of OSL. You know. I think these are epic. You've got what's definitely a fighter, and I'm going to go out and say a rogue on the far end. So this is your traditional D&D party. This is from Strata Miniatures, !Strata. STRATA in the chat. You'll get a link to their website and so on. Really, really cool company, and they do all manner of stuff. I think ! Tokens works as well. There's a 5% off code with the code Mohawks Rock, because they do, clearly. The tokens that they've done, I've got some objectives for my Necron army from them, and some range rulers, like 3-inch rulers, to measure where you're close to an objective, or you're able to pile in far enough, and all that sort of thing. They're brilliant. Really, really well made, and there's not a single sign of any mold lines, or I don't know what you call it, it's a Z-axis shift or something, where you get like a line across your print. Super, super good. Super good. Great work on these, mate. I love them. Absolutely love them. Painting up some bigger minis. Need these done by the 22nd. Nice, dude. The Crumpeter. My 24-hour effort. Not everyone's cuppa. It's not bad, dude. It's not bad. There's a lot of washing on flat surfaces, which is always difficult. One of the reasons I don't use Games Workshop washes, which at first glance that's what this looks like it's been done with, is because they're very, very prone to the pigment clumping together that makes up the wash and coffee staining. So if you look at the top of that barrel, you can see bits where the wash has just sort of moved together, and you've got these little bits on it. It's all pin shading. That barrel? Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I was gonna say, bro. Like, I'll accept most things, but nah. But yeah, you can get away with stuff like that with a lot of the Army Painter stuff if you use their quick shade medium, especially on these large flat surfaces. We did it on the Invicta, and it works a lot better that way. Pin shading an entire tank like this, mate, I feel your pain. Whoops, wrong button. I really, really do, because I've not painted one of the Guard Super Heavies, but pin shading things like repulsors and all of that shit, oh, it's a task. Especially all the rivets. Dot, 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 dot. I know that on a repulsor there's something like 287 rivets. I dread to think how many there are on these things. Every surface, a billion of them. So, nice work, dude. Camo's different. It looks familiar and I don't know why. Trying to work out where I've seen something like that before. It's different. I'm assuming this fits a guard army that's of a similar color scheme. It's good. Got the Lehman Russ of some description in the background. I can't work out what that one is. The barrel looks a little bit different. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Is this a fully tank force then? Or just an extra part of your army? Also, drill your heavy bolters. But nice work, bro. Nice work. I do like the camo. can't for the life of me work out what the symbol is, your regimental insignia. I like it, I'm just not sure what it is. Nice bit of weathering on it. It's good. It's good. None of that factory fresh stuff. We've been finished. Ah, thanks. Nice. Nice. Phil83, thanks for the follow. Good work, dude. Good work. Also, well done for 24 hours as well. Solid. Blood Droplet Shrapnel. My first one, so please be brutal as nails. When am I not? Oh, fuck off, my first mini. This is not your first mini, right? Is this... It's my first one, as in my first Space Marine. Or is this legitimately, I've never painted a miniature before ever in my life. So, you know. Because you've smashed this. Fair play, dude. Fair play. Okay. So clearly you're a man of talent. So recess shading is a big part of how I paint miniatures. It's only really helpful if you've got an airbrush. But the YouTube video I did on how to paint Dark Angels has a section where we oil washed our mini for our recess shades. Now the technique is obviously different using oils and a wash rather than using an acrylic wash. But the overall effect is the same. And it might be worth watching that video. So let's just put YouTube for a link to that. Essentially, what it really boils down to, though, is using shadow to define shape on a miniature. So let me grab a Blood Angel. This is one that we're working on with one of my students. So I'm painting here, he's painting at his place remotely. If you look right in here, just having these darker lines around all of these bits of detail helps showcase and snap those bits of detail into focus. Now there's actually not a humongous amount of difference between my marine here and yours there. A little bit of different colour, obviously, but there's not an enormous amount of difference. This is a very basic paint job. But that bit of work, just taking a wash, thinning it ever so slightly, putting only the smallest amount in your paintbrush so that it can get nicely into your recesses, and then working around all of those recesses, hitting all those darker spots, means when we go back over to yours, some of the areas you've got there just become that little bit sharper. So if you take the foot, for instance, put in a wash around, I don't know what it is, like the sole of his boot, where it protrudes around the sides of his foot, just in there will help to get an edge on that little bit of armoured boot that's coming over and that part. Getting it on the bit between the ankle protector and his like top of his foot protector. Help, Plix. Just a little bit more definition there. And then as you go further up the body, around the line of the pectoral chest plate, a little bit inside the belt and so on, just helps to give you that extra bit of definition. If we look at the other picture that you put in for the backpack, so it's a little bit blurry here, unfortunately, it's difficult to see, but on the top of the backpack you've got that access panel, right? So that line around there could be a little bit darker. Underneath the X-Man symbol, why do Primaris Marines all belong to the X-Men? Anyone work this one out? But underneath there, you've got a little bit you can put that recess wash into, and so on. If you've got every single recess shaded, then you don't need to highlight every single highlight. And if we go back to my mini, you can see there's no boxes drawn around stuff. No boxes. There are highlights applied where they belong. The inside of the shoulder pads is the only area where that isn't true. Because I can't find a way of highlighting shoulder pads that's better than this, unfortunately. Especially by the time you've got decals or freehand on both of these bits. You know. But certainly, we haven't highlighted the backpack, we didn't get that far in the lesson. If you look at the legs down here, okay, having all those recessed shades in there brings out the detail in that without having to put highlights on it, which helps keeps our colours a little darker in our shadows and so on. It also helps give us these massive steps of contrast, which I feel make the Mini look more interesting. So definitely, Professor X could be the Emperor. You're right. You know, he is a little bit tied down. That would be my, and I can't stress this enough, only criticism. Get a little bit more shadow into those recesses. Get that little extra bit of delineation and separation from different elements on the model. It's great. It's because the Emperor is a love child of Professor X and Apocalypse. Damn. That could be legit lore. How much further have we got? Okay. Just thinking, it's 25-1. We need to get through these very quickly now. Darkseid, still working on my Popeye. I saw this on Instagram. This is looking great. That's massive as well, dude. So Popeye, I don't know if anyone remembers Popeye, is extremely jacked with enormous forearms and some sailor tattoos, which I'm sure will get put on this guy at some point. But I saw some of the work in progress where you're gap filling, and my god, it looks like a lot of work. This is stellar. So this is exactly the kind of thing we were talking about. Look at the muscle definition on his abs, his chest, all of that musculature around the shoulders and the neck, right? Look at the separation between all of those things. It's all because of that shadow. The highlight is there to serve as the predominant skin tone. The shadow is what tells us here's where those shapes are, here's where they belong. This is really, really good work. That's Quagmire when he finds internet porn, isn't it? I mean, the forearm size, potentially. That's one veiny forearm as well. Really, really great Mini, man. Can't wait to see this guy at full power. He's all done. Okay, Saragon. Left has the oils on it. Shoulders, backpack, and sword only. Right just has my purple with the hella pink Zenithal. Poorly thinned out. Blending isn't working well. Don't know how hard some colours overtake others. Brush control is totally different from what I'm used to. Sword had so many attempts at NMM. I was just globbing on paint like I was finger painting. Don't finger paint. That's not a thing. I don't care what Ninjon says. It's not. Yeah, there's no easy way of saying this, mate. The sword's a bit fucked. So oil paints are fantastic for larger miniatures if you're painting using oils as your medium. For the reason that you can create blends very easily because of the working time that you have with oils, right? By that, I mean they take ages to dry. Literally longer than a day. In some cases, oils don't dry for decades. Not fully. That's why you can't touch paintings in galleries and stuff. Well, that's one of the reasons, at least. That working time is what allows you to mix your paint on the miniature. Now, there are methods of wet blending with acrylics, where you're using one brush, two brush, wet brush, loaded brush. You know, all these things where it's all about making sure you have the correct tiny motion with your brush to get those blends on. And all of those things are much harder than blending with oils because of the amount of time you have to work with the paint. As soon as you touch acrylic paint to a miniature, it's starting to dry, it's starting to cure, and you need to get on with it. With oils, that isn't the case, right? Now, that makes it sound like oils are the best thing ever to paint your minis with, and here's why it's not. It's because with oil paints, if you thin them down to what you're used to working with acrylic paints, the brush motions that you're making to blend those two together will leave a texture on the miniature. I know this is super harsh because we've zoomed in a lot, but like that is it. You know? And I don't just mean the flat surface of the chainsaw that looks like it's got wood grain on it, unfortunately. Look at the teeth. They look like they've been dipped in swamp water. You know, they've got a texture, a rough surface on them. Here's why I don't think it works with 28mm. Having texture on your miniature is fine. We painted something recently that we intentionally applied the feeling of texture to using brushstrokes in specific patterns. So lots of tiny left to right movements to create threads in cloth and stuff like that. That's fine because it is an exaggerated attempt at texture. Right? You're never going to get something that looks like it's linen, for instance, because by the time you've painted lines small enough to be the threads in linen, no one can fucking see them. That being said, sometimes texture that you've applied, and unfortunately this is a good case, is the wrong scale. The texture on the teeth here makes it look like your teeth would be encrusted with rust and almost unable to function. And that's no good. This is why you need to be careful with what you put on a base, because if you put like really coarse sand on somebody's base, and you've got a Space Marine, that Space Marine is 7 foot tall. If you took the mini and enlarged every part of that up so it was in scale, so the Marine is 7 foot tall and he's got his power armor on and all that, and you're probably about to cack your pants. If you had a chance to look down at his base, the bits of sand that to you, when the mini is a mini, looks like sand, in real size would look like he stood on tennis balls. You know, it's the wrong size, and that's why I use pigments for bases, because that's a powder. It's the tiniest thing, so it looks like sand. It looks like dirt. That's a very roundabout argument over why I don't like oil paints for 28mm. You basically don't have a large enough canvas to blend your work correctly without, I couldn't tell you how much practice, but you'd be better off learning how to wet blend or learning how to layer glaze and stuff like that to change your colours in that time, because that will be a more useful skill that's applicable in many more situations than this is. So from an efficiency standpoint of your time, if you've learned how to do all that and you're absolutely smashing through your wet blends, your glazes and everything else, then by all means pick up a new skill. But don't do this instead of that, because this is not the right place for it, I don't think. If you're painting a bust, that Popeye, yeah? If we go back to this fucking gigantic dude, his forearms are nearly as big as the artist's, look! You know, this would be fine for oils. You've got big canvas. It's good. On even that guy, it's not right, and it's the wrong scale. Oil washes, Peg Leg Bill, yeah, I'm a big fan of oil washes. I love oil washes because they make things quick. This geezer, who has had no brushed highlights put on him at all. Click. God, zoom out. This guy has had literally just paint slapped all over him. We did a little bit of airbrush work to get this fade from pinky purple up to luminous bright green. But then all he's had is oil washes put on, which is oil thinned down a load, slapped on, and then you remove most of it with things like cotton buds and a brush and all that. Oil washes work really well to give you a very dark, nasty looking thing. They work really well to panel line stuff very, very, very quickly. But even on an organic thing like this, I wouldn't even start to consider using oils. See, that's the right attitude there, mate. You know, trying to do the technique so you can learn about it because you were trying to do something new. But I think you'll do one with oils and you'll do one with acrylics, and you'll look at them and go, well, I'm not doing that again. That's my opinion. Should you stop painting minis with emulsion and a roller? Des, you do you, bro. You do you. You're painting ultramarines. Who cares at that point? The Bug King. This is very cool. This is very cool. I like this a lot. So you've got... Yeah, you have. You've done the shadows as well. Most of the shadows as well. You've got a soft light off frame, so you can see it. Box. Sorry. It is very cool though. Look, there's the thing. Most of the base is scratch built. I can tell. Looks great. So you've got a... I'm assuming there's an open fire at some point this side of the mini because of the way you've got the light going up the wall. Is that right? Yeah, I thought so. Cool. Here's where OSL becomes very, very difficult to get your head around. Because you have two light sources here. You have one that's out of frame that is a strong enough light source to cast a hue, not just a light, but a hue over dark brickwork. Then you have a light in frame that obviously has to have its own aura of light. You can see that in the bookshelves behind. And here's where OSL becomes super, 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 super hard. Where do you put your shadow and how dark do you make it? Because if we go back to here, we look at the rug, which you've painted a fantastic bit of pattern on, by the way. There's obviously going to be a shadow where her leg is, so behind the leg, because of where the fire is. But how much line of sight does that lamp have to that leg? Are you going to get one shadow because there's no line of sight for the lamp there, so it's only the shadow from the fireplace? Or are you going to get that shadow, but it's going to be very weak because the lamp can see the shadow? Or are you going to get that shadow, but the lamp can't see the shadow where that is because the other leg's in the way, but it can see the leg itself, so you're going to get two shadows. And it's super difficult because you've got to do that for every single thing in the frame. Here, you can see two shadows on the leg of the lass. But you've got to do that for the books, for the woman, for the parts of the woman. So on her chair, there's I'm going to say rope because I'm not entirely certain what it is I'm looking at there. And there's a shadow of the rope. But would that be in the right place for the fire? It's so hard. It's so hard. So, great stuff, mate. I'm loving what you're doing here. But there's so much work involved in this. It's crazy. That's not a cheat. Okay? That isn't a cheat. None of doing any of that is cheating. That's the only way to really do it. But great stuff. Fucking great stuff. Kempster K, thanks for the follow. Actually casting shadows, yeah, definitely. That's the way to do it, mate. Top work. Really, really, really good. Nice, man. Sorry, I've got a void dragon in the way, so I can't see the bloody logo. Pocket painting, this big boy. Sith, what? Can you not count to 3, Sith? 3. Tres. Love it, dude. I really like what you've done with the head on that. The face looks really good. I love the little bits of red and the darker shadows you've got there. The horns are epic. This is solid work. Solid work. The red on the body, obviously, I think needs a bit of shading like you've done up here. It's very flat at the moment, though that could be the photo, so, you know. Same with the black panels. But, definitely have to zoom out of that. That is really, really good. Top work, mate. Top work indeed. Kind of improvised the head. Mate, you did a great job. Really, really great job. Also, it's hazard stripes on it. So, you know, I'm going to love it. Nice work, bro. Really nice work. Right, Sith. 3 is the limit. So you get some black Templar going on. I like this. Black that isn't black. Best way to paint black. Definitely the Emperor's Champion. Lovely sculpt. So this does a lot of 3D printing on big scale minis. And too many options. Nah, bro. You've got to pick. You need to narrow it down. Otherwise, I feel bad for skipping over them. And that's not fair to me. So we'll pick one more. Love it, mate. That green's really nice. Super vibrant. Goes really well against the red orange of the eyes. Nice work on the lenses as well. Yeah, good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Right, that is it. It is fucking 1 AM. We got properly whipped in the whip. That's for sure. So tonight, yesterday night, we worked on this guy. And he looks good. He looks real good. We did a bit of work on his cape as well, the airbrush steps for that. So when all of that is together and C-3PO ascends his throne, he will be very much like this. Kurtaf Plom, thank you for the follow. So there we are. And Trick Daddy Rick, that's a cool name. Thanks for the follow as well. Right, if there's still anyone streaming on Twitch, we'll go and raid them now. Let's find out. Otherwise, I'll be on the Hellstorm Wargaming stream tomorrow. So come and check us out there from 6 PM. We'll be doing some assembly on the Armiger and the Minotaur we've got to do. Norwat Tuck, thanks for the follow as well. C-3PO Necron Army. It's because he stood and he's very tall and very slim. He looks like C-3PO to me. Jack Clubs is on. I do like him. He's painting Griff Oberwald. Let's see if we've got anybody else. So I'm doing some Crisis Protocol. Cool. No, I think it's going to be Jack Clubs. He's a decent guy. I just find him a bit quiet. But he's a decent guy. Let's go raid. Boom. So thanks to everyone for coming and hanging out for the very, very late stream that we've got now. I'll see you guys tomorrow on Hellstorm stream, or Tuesday live at 9, where we'll probably be doing work on either the Armiger or the Minotaur, depending on which one we go with first. Take care, everyone. Peace out.